Yeah, no, that was great, and then I didn't hit
I just read the right after everybody.
Are you tired? Well, Gigi's coffee
I'm used to doing that. When I was a rock star, he doesn't want anybody with me.
I already applied green
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's 10 a.m., so we'll be starting the 13th, 2019 Governance and Priorities Period. Thanks. Before we begin, I'd just like to acknowledge we are on the traditional territory of Sunamo First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Hurry. And if during the meeting, any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the question period sign-up sheet. At the start of question period, the chair, myself, will call those who have signed up to the podium to address council. We have an introduction of a late item.
Thank you, Chair. So the only late addition to the agenda is we're adding updated slides numbers 18 through 22 to the presentation. So we're just replacing with updated slides.
Thank you. So I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as approved. All in favor? Thank you. Then we'll be looking for a motion to adopt the April 29th, 2019 Governance and Priority Meeting minutes. Councilor Hammond? Second. Worship? All those in favor? Thank you. So we'll be moving on to a series of presentations. They will be first introduced by Mr. Harding. I will point out, though, that there is no sort of time associated with each of these presentations, so I guess I would ask the presenters to be cognizant of how much time they have been allocated so we can get through the presentation today. Mr. Harding.
Good morning, Council. Am I projecting well? Can you hear me? So make sure you're here because I don't have the headset on.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you for this. If you're asking why the Director of Parks and Recreation is introducing this actually could have, as you see through the presentation today, it actually could have been any of the directors introducing this, and I think hopefully that's the kind of what will be illustrated to Council throughout the day. There's five different departments are presenting, but the material, I believe, as you'll see as we go through it, impacts all the different departments. So we have 5 different departments, and we have 7 sections talking to you this morning. And we do have them, Mr. Chairman, we do have them scheduled, and Mr. Lawrence will show you how we've got them all lined up, so we'll get them through in a timely manner. But we have 10 different speakers. I thought I'd introduce just quickly what we're going to be going through this morning. So Rob Lawrence, our environmental planner, will be speaking in many times, but he's also going to be our formal coordinator today. And if you've never had a chance to work with Rob in his community development function as he does, he's a great one of keeping us on track, but he also holds a great one of facilitating discussion and dialogue. So Rob's very good at that, and he'll be kind of leading us through it today. So Rob will be speaking and kind of herding us along as we go through the day. After Rob, Kevin Bridges is going to be speaking to you on watercourse issues, foreshore and wildlife management. Patrick Murphy on urban forestry. McIntosh. Sorry. It's McIntosh, sorry, I said Murphy. It looks like more like a Murphy. If I didn't do one mistake on a name a day, you knew there was something wrong with me. Dean Muzo on stormwater management. Then we'll have a break. And then after that, David Thompson on sanitation and our sort, toss, and rural program. And then Jason Evans, manager of fleet, is going to come to you about our green fleet strategies and right sizing. And Mike Squire on water resources is in the back, that's the afternoon. Rob Lawrence is going to actually talk a lot about park operations, because as the environmental side of things with our park operations, Rob has worked with the Parks Department in many ways. So he's going to do some overview of some of our aspects of park operations. And then after that, some environmental stewardship. Our recreation coordinator, Deb Beck, this afternoon is going to talk a lot about that. She'd be here now, but she's actually with 900 kids at our Health Mungus session this morning, and so she'll come in all dressed up in her Health Mungus outfit and talk to you about other aspects. Then Emil Bach on our corporate energy strategy, energy management, and then Rob's going to end off the day on some of the initiatives of community energy and emissions, and then climate action update. So that's the day. If there's any questions before we get started. If there's also, I also think if there's ever an example we actually can all work together, all these presentations have all been merged and coordinated into one seamless PowerPoint presentation.
Just a long one.
It's a long one, but it's all, and that in itself was a way of showing we can work together on that. There's also a report for council that highlights your recent motions, which is on page 13. And 14 and 15 of your agenda. If you wanted to use that as a bit of a guide, and also talks a little bit about some of the purpose for today. But we added your motions that you did on the April 29th meeting of council. And again, as I'll introduce Rob, and I'll also remind you that we're open to questions. Stop asking questions through any part of the presentation. So if there's nothing else, I'll turn it over to Rob.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have to do something. All right, so thank you. Whoops, getting ahead of myself in more ways than one. So I've been asked to help usher through the series of presentations, and as Richard has commented on, from a variety of staff, looking at a number of different facets. And I think primarily in the morning, it's looking at kind of the legislative framework, a reminder of some of the federal and provincial legislation that kind of guides a lot of our work, but also some of the specific plans, policies, bylaws that many staff work with in their daily operations. And then it's a bit of a run through about how we work through that in our development, with our development team through development applications, and how we kind of process some of the policies and development permit areas that we have, for example. And then I think it's important to have a really strong focus on water, rainwater management, stormwater, because it's so fundamental to a lot of the work that's done on environmental restoration, conservation. So Dean's going to take us through some of the works, a little bit of the history of how development has changed around stormwater and how attitudes have changed, and I think you made a lot of improvements actually since the last engineering standard update. So then a quick break, and then a review of some of the operations work, and I think Richard's kind of alluded to a lot of those topic areas, but it's important to kind of go through that. Environmental stewardship and community involvement. I think that's I've really enjoyed working with a lot of the community groups and park staff on a lot of these programs, so I thought that was important to highlight. Now, you may wonder, why is climate change at the end as opposed to the start, given the interest and the importance from the latest motion? I thought it was important because it underscores a lot of what you're going to hear today. There's a lot of things that have been going on that really address climate change in different ways, and I thought it makes a lot of sense. Let's have it at the end, kind of recap some of those stories, and then kind of look at what we're going to do going forward. So just briefly, it's just simply a reminder, if anything else, that there's obviously fundamental legislation on different levels of government that influence much of what we do. The Fisheries Act, the Species at Risk Act is a more recent addition, but and on the provincial side, obviously Wildlife Act, Riparian Areas Regulation, and Sustainability Act and the Contaminated Site Regulation. It's interesting though, there's certain parts of these legislations that kind of interrelate quite interestingly with our own bylaws, Fisheries Act, Riparian Areas Regulation Act, and our watercourse bylaws actually. And I know our next speaker, Kevin's going to give a bit of an example of how that interplay works, which is, it just shows you the collaboration between what we can do as a local government and how we can help implement some of the higher legislation on the ground. And this is just a sample. There's some pieces here that are missing, but it's just simply to make the point that on the left-hand column, there's different scales of regulation and strategy that deal with environmental issues and context at a higher level, but then slowly kind of drill down to even to the neighborhood plan level. And over the years, there are sections that deal with, well, the neighborhood plan scale, it's as detailed as looking at recommendations towards stream restoration or energy efficiency guidelines. And when you go up to the regional growth strategy level, it's about urban containment and trying to limit the spread of growth. And on the bylaw side, I think we're going to touch a little bit in a moment or two about the zoning bylaw and the tree management bylaw, obviously. But there's things like the cosmetic pesticide bylaw that our previous environmental committee had been involved with, that council passed and still applies. I would note the soil removal and deposit bylaw says 1976 on it. So it's just simply a reminder that there's definitely bylaws and legislation that we have now that is in need of update, and that's work that actually is going on right now to try and update that information and then present that back to bylaw or council at a later date to reflect modern standards. And I think council policies also are important as well for many things, particularly the green building strategy, our purchasing policy, just simply how we, as a corporation, select green products and consider that as part of our purchasing approach. And I think that's a great way to show leadership in the community on many of these things. And anti-idling as well. This is simply the DP map for the city and the OCP, just as a reminder of one of those tools, our development permit areas for water courses, for environmentally sensitive areas, and for steep slopes. It's really a fundamental, I think, land use tool that we've used that's been quite effective in many cases. And I think, again, Kevin will elaborate on that in a few minutes. And the zoning bylaw obviously plays with that because that actually sets the setback areas, in this case for water courses, but it's the development permit areas that allow for the variance that can then trigger the restoration work that would be required if there was a variance to be accepted by council. I think that's kind of my highlight. I just didn't want to spend too much time, set a tone for how we kind of move forward the presentation. So I'm going to pass the baton over to Kevin, and he's going to go through some of the processing details with this legislation and these bylaws in mind.
Put the wand back in the stand before I drop it. So my name is Kevin Bridges. I'm the Environmental Protection Officer with the City of Nanaimo.
You're gonna have to speak into the mic. Is it?
Need to get it a little closer here. Is that better?
You might have to hold it. I'll get ready.
No, that's good. Thanks, Richard. I'm going to drill down a little bit more onto what Rob was alluding to with regards to some of our bylaws and our development permit areas for the protection of many environmental features within the city of Nanaimo. Through the OCP, we have two basic development permit areas that protect environmentally sensitive areas within the city of Nanaimo. The first one is Development Permit Area 1, which covers off fish-bearing watercourses. And then there's Development Permit Area 2, which deals with non-fish-bearing watercourses, marine foreshore, and environmental sensitive areas. I'm starting here with the simplest one of the group, which is marine foreshores, and it's fairly straightforward to say that our setback from marine foreshore is a 15-meter setback from what we know as the natural boundary of the ocean. So slope is not involved, all that stuff's not involved other than natural boundary, and those are key. That's the key point to this is natural boundary. When we go through the next slides, get the right button or did I shut it off?
It's on the right. That's it.
Next slides, we're into Development Permit Area 1 as well as the zoning bylaw, and this is how the development permit areas relates to the zoning bylaw, in that the zoning bylaw actually defines the setbacks that protect our riparian corridors and our ESAs. So you ask why we protect our riparian corridors. Well, our riparian corridors are there to protect our rivers and streams, lakes, wetlands, for the purpose of the shade that they provide, bank stability they provide, leaf litter, bug drop, as well as wildlife corridors. So within the watercourse bylaw and Schedule C, which Rob just previously showed you, our street creeks and streams have a setback of 15 or 30 meters depending on the stream. For example, Millstone River has a 30-meter setback, again from top of bank, where a stream like, let's say Cat Stream has a 15-meter setback from top of bank. Setback from wetlands and lakes are from wetland boundary, which is another definition with regards to high water on a lake. And then, of course, through this zoning bylaw, variance can be dealt with through the development permit process. This is an important slide for understanding where we measure these, where we start from, and where we start from measuring these distances from. So on the left of this slide, you'll see that for a river or a creek, it's top of bank. So in this case, if everybody can see that 10-meter box there, top of bank on the right side of that 10-meter line would be there if it was flat all the way away, 15 meters or 30 meters more away from the creek. But if we have topographic breaks without having our setback, then that, meaning a steep slope, then that setback start, or the top of bank, would jump up to the top of the hill. And then our 15-meter setback would start from there. With lakes and ponds and wetlands, we start from the wetland boundary, which is the high watermark of that feature.
Councilor Bonner.
Sorry, just one thing I wanted to ask about that was flooding areas. Millstone floods a lot. So where does that setback start on flooded areas?
Flooded areas are tricky. The Millstone River, we're fortunate we have a floodplain mapping for the Millstone River, so we do look at those things when we're reviewing development applications. For the most part, when we have defined, it's encompassed in the definition of top of bank. So if you're in a valley bottom, the idea that these areas flood is usually covered off in the topography on the streams. With the Millstone, we have large flooded areas, farmers' fields, that kind of stuff. Those floodplains are taken into account. I believe it's in our zoning bylaw. There's a section under floodplains as well, which help protect in certain ways, but they're not fully protected as our riparians are. But
Different legislation.
it's a different piece of legislation that we work through.
Councilor Armstrong.
Thank you. Thank you for your work so far. Wouldn't it make sense so that we wouldn't have any development in floodplains? Like, I mean, look what's going on in Ontario.
Typically, that's our goal. I'm not sure, and Dale's looking at me here with regards to whether we actually have any that have actually been done within actual formatted floodplain or defined floodplain. I can't think any of off the top of my head. We also have the building bylaw, which has minimum basement floor elevations standards, which for the millstone, for example, is your minimum basement floor elevation, which is the bottom of the habitable area of a home, must be 3 meters above the high water mark of the Millstone River. So that in itself prevents being within an active floodplain of that river, for example. For everywhere else, I believe it's 1.5 meters above high water.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That takes us into the riparian areas regulation, which is a provincial regulation, and this is where our provincial government has put a regulation in to help us protect our riparian corridors better. So I'm going to explain the difference between our bylaw and the riparian area regulation very quickly. And if there's any questions after that, we'll go on from there. But basically the provincial area regulation comes from the riparian area regulation comes from the Provincial Riparian Area Protection Act. It's for the protection of fish and fish habitat only, so that's key. It's fish and fish habitat only. It doesn't take into consideration wildlife features, other things that would use those areas. It's for the protection of fish and fish habitat only. Within the riparian area regulation, what ends up happening when development is applied to a parcel is you end up defining what they call a streamside protection and enhancement area. And that is the defined buffer measured from high water, not top of bank. So that's a significant difference in our bylaw. Measured from high water mark, that is an area that is to be not developed in. And the streamside protection and enhancement area is the minimum protection to avoid a harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction of habitat, which is under Section 32 of the Fisheries Act. So these are all interrelated from the municipal to the provincial to the federal acts. This is a picture of a house. It has an ocean foreshore. It also has a creek running through it. So the blue line is the creek. The red line is the approximate SPEA, or Streamside Protection and Enhancement Area, via RAR and the provincial requirement. And the green line, I don't know if you can see it or not, it's on the outside of that yellow hatched area, is the City of Nanaimo watercourse setback line. So as you can see just from this picture alone, our bylaw exceeds RAR on many cases. So our protection is greater than what the provincial standard is.
And also variance, I guess.
So I have up there bylaw 4000. There's a reason for that. Bylaw 4000 is a predecessor of bylaw 4500, which is a zoning bylaw. We've been at watercourse protection since 1996. The City of Nanaimo watercourse setbacks meet or exceed the riparian area regulations. And then RAR, the riparian area regulation, is triggered only when we do a development permit or variance for our own bylaw. So that is what triggers RAR in Nanaimo. RAR does not consider wildlife habitat. Very, very important to understand that. Again, it's only for fish and fish habitat. And an important part for council is local government has the discretion to have more stringent protection requirements than the riparian area regulation, which means that our bylaws, if we have a variance come to council that's asking for a variance and the SPEA or the RAR says it's 10 meters from high water mark, we don't necessarily have to reduce our bylaw to that. There's no have to in this. The other parts of our development permit areas is environmentally sensitive areas. Environmentally sensitive areas, there's 7 different types. Riparian being one of them. There's other types here, the terrestrial herbaceous, which is the Garry Oak ecosystem, older forests, wetlands, and something new that's coming, well, it's not new, but it's becoming more and more prevalent in the work we do is the species at risk legislation and critical habitat protection. as more species get added to the COSAWIC list, which is attached to SARA, they're becoming out more and more critical habitat management plans, which we are required to take into consideration. The process for DPAs and environmental assessment areas, or environmentally sensitive areas, is that we receive a development application, we request an environmental assessment be completed by a qualified environmental professional. That assessment is assessed by staff, and then environmentally sensitive area protection is done through development permits or even the subdivision process. I have a really quick example here of something we found through an environmental assessment. The name of the road's gone out of my head now. But it's dense spike primrose. It's a plant that's been listed by COSAWIC on the SARA. It's red listed in BC. Thank you, Boxwood Road. We found this plant through assessment, and then through the whole process, we managed to protect the area where this plant existed, as well as the important drainage factors that keep it there. We managed to protect that through the subdivision process and the development permit conditions. Next, into another part of my project stuff that I do is Canada Goose management. I was told I wasn't allowed to have spotting scopes on my slides. So Canada geese. Canada geese were introduced to Vancouver Island in the 1960s by the Canadian Wildlife Service to increase hunting opportunities on Vancouver Island. Currently, they've gone pretty much uncontrolled. We have what some would call an overabundant or overpopulation. And we also have what's happened is that we've two subgroups now. We have resident geese, which seem to stick around locally. That would mean within 100 kilometers all year long. Or we have true migratory populations, which migrate to Oregon and California and then back up every year. Many of Vancouver Island municipalities have Canada geese problems and issues. They're for various different reasons. So the answer there is why. For Nanaimo, the reason why we have issues here are fouling of our playing fields and beaches and the cemetery, as well as we have a lot of human-wildlife conflicts. In other words, these geese are on the playing fields, guys are trying to play ball or soccer, and these birds pack quite a punch.
Your worship.
Just out of curiosity, what are their natural predators normally?
Eagles, bears and raccoons will take the eggs. Other than that, there aren't many. The other issue here is that they destroy estuary habitat for salmon, which salmon rear in, as well as they destroy agricultural crops. What the city has done, and in our cases, we actually hired a consultant to do an abundance distribution and movement study that started in 2016. We collared 400 geese over 2 years, and for the last 3 years, we've been monitoring their movement through the city of Nanaimo. We figured that the population varies seasonally. The 48% are resident geese. There's a significant influx of geese August through January, December, and the lowest population is at molt, which is in June, or late June and July. What do we do also for population maintenance here in the city? We also have an addling program. So this is a goose who didn't like me very much that day. Anyway, so we have an addling program this year. The addling program has been going on for over 20 years. This year numbers, we found 24 nests. We've addled over 120 eggs. And that's up from previous years. Next one is the feral rabbit situation, the cute little guys. Feral rabbits are non-native to Vancouver Island. There actually are no native rabbits on Vancouver Island. European rabbits were an introduced and invasive species. Why are they an issue for us? They create a lot of infrastructure damage, user injury liability, big holes in the sports field. Some kid's running along and puts his foot in it. Now we have a broken leg. And they do a lot of ecosystem damage. Here's some of the damage to the infrastructure, both that topper picture is at Bowen Field, I believe it is. Lower picture is on VIU, which brings me to the partnership the city started with VIU and the school district in 2016. We all had the same problem with the infrastructure and just way too many rabbits. So we commissioned actually a Fair Rabbit European Management Plan be done that time. So when there's an overpopulation, nature usually does what it does. Through that previous study I mentioned, there was over 1,500 rabbits in Nanaimo. In 2018, rabbit hemorrhagic disease hit Nanaimo, and approximately 89% mortality of those rabbits took place. So population maintenance, we are looking at various different managements now that we have the population reduced to a manageable amount by disease. Population maintenance, we're looking at installing raptor poles around our fields so that the raptors will take advantage of that prey item. Potential changes to our animal control bylaw, which is increased fines for feeding, increased fines for release. Pet rabbits must be spayed or neutered, and pet rabbit licensing so that we can keep track of numbers. Also, there's a huge public information component to all this. Some people out there think it's okay to release a rabbit into the wild, and it really doesn't do anybody any good, including the rabbit.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you. The potential changes to the animal control bylaw, are these coming down the pipe for us to consider, or when will we see these?
Go ahead.
I can answer that. We did make a motion, I think it was a year and a half ago, where we wanted to report on the rabbit bylaw because we found out through a huge thing that there was, in the we're only allowed to hold one rabbit. So there is a report that was requested, I believe it was in July, or no, I think it was September.
Through the chair. So our bylaws department is just finishing the final stages of the animal control bylaw, which will incorporate this, incorporate sale of animals in pet stores. So there are quite a few changes and recommendations from the previous council that they'll be addressing, and you probably will see it in the next couple of months coming down.
Thank you.
And through your worship, also, one of the things I have noted here is that we'll be bringing a staff report forward to council in the future with regards to both the management plan as well as potential changes.
Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, Kevin mentioned that. Just in my introduction, I was supposed to mention that throughout the presentations today, you'll probably hear some other reports that will be coming forward to you, and or requesting as we go through some of these presentations, some other updates. So it's, again, it's a snapshot of a lot of the initiatives ongoing, but then also a list of reports, bylaws, and making back to council for updates.
The other, well, some say pest, some say busy beaver, is these ecosystem engineers known as a beaver. The positives, they're keystone species, they stabilize watersheds, they create habitat, they increase biodiversity, and they create healthy wetlands. Why do we have an issue with them? Why do we have an issue with them? They cause flooding on private and public property. They do a lot of infrastructure damage on storm fields and their storm system. Tree removal, tree flooding, causing potential hazards. This is a photograph of Robbins Park, 2016 on the left, 2018 on the right. And if you look at the bottom driveway, you can see there's a beaver down below Robbins Park, and you can see how the flooding is encroaching into the ball field, creating a significant amount of infrastructure damage and challenges for staff to maintain the dam as well, or to maintain removing the dam as well as keeping the field playable. Our approach to dealing with beavers is tried to be balanced. For the most part, where we can, we just leave them be. We wire trees so they don't take them down. We put beaver baffles and pipes in dams. regular removal of dams, but then the last resort is we're looking at trapping. A lot of people have asked, well, let's trap them and relocate them somewhere else. The provincial government does not allow us to relocate beavers. There's several reasons for that. That I don't have time to go into, but trapping is the part that comes up next. In 2013, council put a policy forward that there would be no trapping of any animals on public land. Through that policy's still kind of sitting there. There was also in 2013 and 14, there was a trapping bylaw generated, and it got to third reading. That bylaw would have to be signed off by the Ministry of Forest Lands and Resource Protections from the province, because they're in charge of the Wildlife Act, which that has not happened, and we don't expect that to happen. He hasn't signed off on any of them over the province. So my message here is that we will be coming back to you, council, in the near future with regards to addressing the trapping policy in the Nanaimo, because from a management perspective, we need that as a tool in certain cases that, for example, the Robbins Park case, where we would need to remove that beaver to solve the problem that we're having there. And the last part of here, I'm standing here in uniform, so kind of knew this was coming, I guess. Compliance and enforcement, I just really wanted to quickly step and say that we do compliance and enforcement with regards to our watercourse bylaws, our tree management and protection bylaw. And the process is that we receive a complaint, we investigate the complaint, review the findings with management, and then we take appropriate action, and that can vary from all the way from A to Z. Thank you very much.
Councilor Vaughn.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. I have a question. You mentioned earlier high water.
Yes.
And that refers to, we're looking at setbacks. With the fact that it looks like our climate is changing, high water may also change. So is it at high water as of such a date, or is it high water as of yesterday?
It's high water as of the time of development, or why we're looking at it. So it's current.
Correct.
So it gets assessed each time.
And the other question I have is on fish bearing. Which fish? Because when I was a kid, we were in all these lakes and rivers, and they all had fish in them. But you're referring to fish bearing as in salmon?
I'm referring to fish bearing as any fish that has any potential to be caught, if you will. So salmon, trout, bass, all those are be considered fish bearing. We do have wetlands and streets that only have fish like stickleback in them, which are not classified under the regulations and the other acts as fish. So we don't classify them.
Councilor Turley.
Thank you, Chair, to you, Mr. Bridges. I'm curious about the marine foreshore 50-meter from the natural boundary of the ocean. Now, if the property has got a cliff on it, does the 10 meters go up and then 5 on top of that, or 5 right from the top of the cliff?
It's done on a horizontal scale. So whether there's a cliff or there's not, you pretend that's not there and you go straight backwards and wherever that line comes up. And natural boundary is defined by a BC land surveyor as well. So that's the other part of that.
Councilor Gussenbrook.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the presentation and the work that you do. Just curious with the fish-bearing streams, is that historical, like they've been historically fish-bearing, or current status of them?
I would say both. For the most part in the city, all of our historical, the streams that have historical fish in them still do. There are very few that don't have any fish in Nanaimo. I can only think of 2 actually that are considered as non-fish bearing creeks. And those streams are steep and directly to the ocean. They don't connect to another lake or wetland or larger body, larger river, if you will.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, is this thing working?
No, doesn't sound like it. Gotta put it on your head.
Well, on my head. I have to turn down.
Yeah, that's good.
There you go. Better? No? Okay.
It looks cooler.
Good try.
It looks cooler.
Looks cooler.
Too many problems.
Feels kind of funny. Does that work?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll just use the microphone.
Oh, there, yeah, the microphone.
Take it off.
It's true, it's not set up to record.
Well, good morning, thank you. Clicker. So we'll start, I guess. My name is Patrick McIntosh, Urban Forestry Coordinator with the City of Nanaimo. So what is an urban forest? So the Food and Agricultural Organization defines it as the systems comprising all woodlands, groups of trees from individual stands to grand parks and urban and peri-urban areas. Urban forestry or municipal arboriculture deals with the management, planting, planning, establishing, protecting of all trees and associated vegetation on both public and private property. In my experience too, there's a complex relationship between people and trees. Everybody, there's a wide variety of opinions, attitudes, and beliefs. So it's very much dealing with people. So the benefits of a well-functioning urban forest. I mean, I could go on for an hour about this, but I guess there's been lots of research quantifying and what the specific benefits are. But environmentally, trees in the urban forest sequester carbon, mitigate climate change, mitigate flooding, improve our water quality, remove airborne pollutants, produce oxygen, provide habitat, maintain our biodiversity, reduce our energy consumption. Well-placed shield dwellings from winds in the winter and shade them in the summer. And it also reduces the urban heat island.
Got the wire yet, but.
Sorry, turns out we're going to need this. Okay. Just put it on. It works now.
Does it work like this?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yay. Dance around a little bit. So the urban heat island effect in city centers, the temperature is often many degrees warmer than the surrounding woodlands. Social benefits, trees and forests and parks create a sense of place, contribute to mental health and physical health, reduce rates of disease, both cardiovascular, mental, contribute to food security, provide recreational opportunities, and reduce the psychological precursors to crime. Economic benefits of trees in the urban forest can be considered a natural asset, reduces the need for things like stormwater infrastructure, can extend the life of infrastructure. A shaded roadway or roof can last up to 10 years longer than one that's in direct sun. Reduce heating and cooling costs, increase property values. This increases the tax base, attracts businesses, visitors, and residents. And there's increasingly understood what the economic impact of the environmental benefits are as well. This is a picture of a nice tree-lined boulevard. You can see how property values at this one would be worth, up to 20% more than a comparable one without. The good news here, this is a street in Nanaimo with new trees planted. If they're taken care of well, hopefully we can have nice tree-lined boulevards there as well. It's a picture I took in Seattle of a nice tree-lined place where people go and linger and shop and spend money. So the bad news is that across North America, due to economic development in urban areas, there's a general environmental decline. The U.S. Forest Service estimates 36 million trees are lost every year, and that's just in the USA alone. There is some good news, however, that it is possible to grow or enhance the urban forest. Some municipalities are starting to turn the tide. This is a picture of Singapore, and it's really 40 years ago they had an urban forest canopy of a little over 10%. Through well-guided policy and action, they've grown that to near 40% now, and all the associated benefits have come back from better health outcomes, more birds, more bees, cleaner air, and it's been a real economic generator to be the city known for its forest.
Mayor Crump? Just out of curiosity, where do we rate, and I realize I'm skipping ahead a bit in the presentation, you said 36 million trees lost this year. Do you have any idea if they're replacing them?
Not at the rate they're being lost, not enough to make a difference. there's been, like I say, a few examples. I think Singapore would be a good model to what is possible, but generally speaking, that's sort of being figured out.
And further on in your presentation, I wouldn't mind if you can comment on where we fit vis-a-vis other municipalities who see a similar size in terms of our replacement.
Okay, we'll get there.
Councilor Marmon.
On the slide where you've got bad news, I've got on mine that says Nanaimo is no exception. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Well, we've been going through, heavy economic development and growth and creation of subdivisions, and I think, a lot of trees have been removed and we haven't had a chance to catch up to where we need to be to planning and conservation. And I think traditionally, we just got a tree bylaw in 2013, so we've got a ways to go.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Armstrong.
No, I got nothing. Hard to believe.
Councilor Thorpe led me astray.
Yes.
So just some programs we've been doing. We've done the tree voucher program, and we've used money from fines and permits and other development to fund ways to get trees back in the city of Nanaimo. This has been a really popular program. Right now, we've increased the price from $25 a voucher, gets a $90 value at the nursery. So 1,300 vouchers will have been sold at the end of this month. Great way to get tree canopy growing back on private property, and a lot of fruit trees and stuff for food security. It's a picture of us set up at John Barsby Earth Day event. The Beaufort Food Forest, I lost a few pictures, but this one is planted in December 2017. It's kind of a very, thank you, I got, there's a very just barren park, and with, I guess, collaboration, MyCDC, the city, neighborhood, and a BC Hydro Regreening Grant. We purchased 59 fruit and nut trees and many edible shrubs. There's a community gardens next door. People in the neighborhood have really taken ownership. Watering is actually done exclusively by volunteers, and it's actually really, really beautiful today. All these fruit trees are growing. A lot of them will be producing fruit. And so it'll serve to provide all those things: food security, forest cover, educational opportunities, sense of community, wildlife habitat, and recreation opportunities. This is just a sign. Really worthwhile checking out if you haven't been there, because I think there's room to expand upon it as well. Shaw Tree Planting Grant, $3,000 grant administered through BC Hydro from Shaw Canada for materials and 30 volunteers. Planted 250 shrubs on a beautiful afternoon last October along the millstone, and that's going to shade out the blackberry and provide that riparian habitat restoration, which is badly needed there. Reforested the millstone. There's a little work crew there. And there they are again. So where are we at, and where do we want to go?
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Chair. Before we move on, I just want to give credit to Mr. Harding and his staff, because I recall that Beaufort Park project.
Oh, good.
And it's taken what was really a neglected piece of parkland within our city, and it's really revitalized it and become an important part of that community. So well done to Mr. Harding and his planning there.
So I guess where are we at, and where do we want to go? In 2010, the Urban Forest Management Strategy was developed, partly based on a survey, City Trees and You, and it identified that the people in Nanaimo really valued trees in the urban forest, and they also felt that it was very important to protect and retain trees during development. So developed to fulfill the need for better forest vegetation and ecosystem management, identified the need for a new tree bylaw, and established a goal of increasing tree canopy coverage over 10 years. So we got the bylaw from the Urban Forest Management Strategy, which is a little thing. It takes many years for a tree planted today to provide the same benefits as one that is already existing. 2013, so just some brief Coles notes on the bylaw, but person is allowed to remove up to 4 non-protected trees in a calendar year without a permit. The definition of protected, at this point, less than 10% of trees would be protected on their own merit with the way our bylaw is currently written.
if a permit is required, replacement trees must be replanted. So that can be a cash in lieu contribution or a bond, and where the person plants another tree, and it's a mechanism to get canopy back where we lose canopy. And if a parcel of land is being developed over 0.5 hectares in size, 20% of the trees on site must be retained.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McIntosh, just protected trees.
Yep.
So what is defined as a protected tree? Is it based on age, species?
Yeah, currently it's only native species of trees over a certain size, and quite a large size. Like, for example, a Douglas fir is 80 centimeters diameter at breast height, so it's a large veteran tree. So there's lots of trees that fall under that. Gary oak is protected at 10 centimeters, dogwood's protected at 10 centimeters, arbutus 50 centimeters, but it's only native species, so no trees that are planted are protected, basically, unless they're a heritage tree.
Councilor Vaughn?
Thank you, Chair. Again, going back to this tree bylaw, do the private owners of land know that they have protected trees, or is it their responsibility to find that out themselves?
It's their responsibility to find that out themselves, or most tree companies are aware of the requirement, so they can inform them, but I do get a lot of phone calls, people inquiring as to what they can and can't remove, and but yeah, I think it's just every residence is different, so.
Okay. And recently there was some development done in the Boxwood area,
Yep.
industrial area,
Yep.
and all the trees were taken down pretty well,
Yep.
Other than a couple of Gary oaks.
Yeah.
Now, where is the responsibility on the people cutting down the trees to make sure more trees are going up? And do we have any say in that in our tree bylaw?
Yeah, so with that piece in particular, like there was a large security was with a replacement of based on the size of the lot itself. So like 100 trees per hectare is kind of where it maximizes out. So they've paid a security either through a landscape plan or a cash in lieu contribution, in which all that money is used by the city to plant trees elsewhere.
And when you're planting trees elsewhere, is it just putting them up in parks, or are actually actively putting more trees on streets and that sort of thing?
Yeah, well, the tree voucher program, for starters, we'd like to actively get putting them out on streets. I'd like to have something set up where residents can apply to have a tree planted on the city right away in front of their house, if they agree to water it or something like that. Restoration projects, if there's a road project or something like that that could benefit from trees, then we could use the funds for that, but they have to be used basically 100% for getting trees back in the ground.
Okay.
I think Mr. Sims looking to jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just further to your point, Councilor Bonner, just the project you're referring to is the one immediately adjacent to Bowen. It's the Boxwood Connector project.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's one. That's actually going to end up being a good news story. So getting away some of the trees to move and shift some of the contaminated site. And we're actually reclaiming that site and rebuilding, if you will, a lake within that site. So there'll be a stormwater management function, but in actual fact, recreating the lake that existed and disappeared as a result of coal mining many decades ago. So it'll end up being a good news story.
And it wasn't a complaint, it was just an observation, because that brings me to my next point, and it's 20% per hectare. Because we have declared a climate emergency, one of the ways of mitigating that is putting more people into less space.
Yep.
And I'm not suggesting that this is anything, but one of the options could be is that a developer could mow down all the trees, build a very dense apartment building so we get more people in a smaller space, but then do we have any way of requiring them to now put those trees all back together in Center Street? And reason I like the idea of the where we're having the voucher and stuff like that, but it's kind of haphazard. Whereas instead we could require a developer to say, you have to now plant this street, and it may not be anywhere near where they're working, right? But say like Halliburton as an example. Now they're required to put trees all up and down Halliburton Street as part of their replacement there. So is there anything in the bylaw that allows us that flexibility?
I mean, yes, like in the cash, like, truthfully, it would be better if we didn't let the developer plant it, and if we were planting it in a streetway, that it was something that we could manage and maintain, but using those funds from that development or transferring the planting somewhere else. And because ultimately, if it is planted on a city street, then we're the ones who are going to have to water it, maintain it, assume the risk, the management, everything else like that. So, yeah, I mean, I think certainly switching over loss from somewhere to gains elsewhere would be something to look at for sure.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Just on going back to the 5 hectares, the 0.5 hectares and the 20%, what if the trees are like those skinny little ones and the owner come down with the storm? Can they get around that by making a request to the city to realize that they're not going to survive out through the storm or whatever?
Yeah, totally. I mean, every site's different. The requirement really now is that they hire a consulting arborist and the site be assessed for what are the suitable candidates, what's the management plan around that, how do you manage the risk. But yeah, if it's just going to leave a strip of skinny little trees that are going to blow over, then certainly taking that and replanting or, putting some land aside for replanting would be better than that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you. Going back to the urban the canopy, what percentage are we sitting at now?
I'm going to get there. There was a 2006 canopy study based on a 2003 photograph done by Malaspina College students, and it said 28%. And that was what the goal of growing our canopy for 4%. The methodology is, I mean, technology's come a long way, so I'll actually touch base on where we'd like to be. So baseline data collection, we need a clear understanding of what we have so we can set goals and monitor our progress. The most important data that we need to collect is an accurate canopy cover assessment. And we need, we have a start of a comprehensive public tree inventory, but we need to improve upon it and actually use that inventory into a work management system.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. So the question I have is with regard to the canopy cover. Is there a definition as to the height of ground that the canopy has to be? Or?
What's defined? I mean, because it can really vary as to what the ecosystem is and everything else. What's defined as a tree in our bylaw is something, 4 meters, I guess, or.
I think some of that information can come out of the LiDAR. It's kind of a mapping question too, as much as anything, and the technology that we have available through our GIS department, they can actually determine the height and width of the canopy for a particular tree. So they can estimate the age of the forest stands. So it's something we could do.
And even, to broaden the scope of ground cover analysis. So, if there's a Gary Oak meadow, certainly that is contributing to the ecological function of the city.
If I could just further to that, my question is more about replacing whether a Douglas fir stand could be replaced with dwarf apple trees, for example, which don't near the height of the canopy. Is that something that is a no-no, or is it something that would be considered?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly like an apple tree, but it does. A dwarf one. It does provide some goals like food security and things like that. It certainly doesn't provide the same environmental benefits as a large Douglas fir that can produce the oxygen for a family of 4. And
if I can step in here and answer this question.
We need to use the sort of people here.
Sorry about that. Not a problem.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up.
Yeah, no,
So just to further answer that question, through development approval process, when we receive a tree removal permit application, there has to be a replacement plan that comes with that gets reviewed through the detailed design stage acceptance. And with that, Patrick will actually approve or deny certain species of trees. So we're looking for that canopy. So if we are getting a bunch of dwarf trees, we're not really replacing the canopy. So at that point, we'll say, no, we're not going to accept those dwarf trees. We want to have different species that will provide that canopy.
So the canopy cover assessment, like I said, the Malaspina survey said 28% and identified a goal of increasing 4%. Truth is, we've lost canopy over that course of 10 years, but I think there's some tools we can start to employ to turn the tide. We need to invest in a new canopy survey, and it's important the results are repeatable so we can measure every 4 years how we're doing. Street tree inventory is just geospatially linked data set. This is what we currently have. It's a pretty good system and needs some work on it. Every one of those dots is a tree. It lists attributes like size, condition, age, maintenance history. Through this, we could eventually like to get to a work order management system where the tree can be inspected. It comes up for another crew to go and do and work, watch, monitor, assess. So amending the tree management and protection bylaw, really feel we need to protect more trees. I think that definition needs to be increased, and we have some amendments that we're working on that would do so. And we need to set up clear guidelines for how to protect and retain trees on site and a process for that, which needs to be added to the bylaw. But this is all going to amount to increased staff workloads, permit applications, inspections, consultations, compliance. Amending the bylaw means a considerable amount more work. Improving our tree management. We need to get planting. We need to, with this assessment, identify areas in need, identify targets, what our goals are. We can, probably figure out the amount of trees per year we need to plant to actually start growing our canopy. And this is really important. We do need to switch from a policy of reactive tree maintenance to one of proactive, with implementing a work management system, scheduled inspection intervals. And achieving all this is going to require an increase in staffing. This picture of a beautiful street tree-lined street. I think one thing I'd really like to see is a revitalization of downtown, investing in the infrastructure for the proper space for roots to grow amongst all the other infrastructure and sidewalk, where we can grow nice big trees and don't damage the sidewalks, provide shades, really make the downtown a place where people want to go and be for the trees. So ultimately, I think that we have a great opportunity to lead and not follow. I think that we should be going forward a community that other communities on the island look for sort of guidance and direction. I think there is good opportunity here.
Thank you. A bit of a blunt question. I'm hearing you say that we're doing all right, and we could be doing better. We could be a leader. Is that HR resources? Is it just a matter of we need more people doing this work in order to be that leader?
Yeah, essentially, I'm overseeing contractors, and they do a great job, but just the volume of telephone calls alone is just, it's really overwhelming for one person. So to be able to take time out of the putting out fires and actually start moving things forward is going to need more resources for sure. Yeah.
Councilor Bonner. Thank you, Chair. It was mentioned earlier about tree species that are allowed and not suggested. Do you have a list of tree species that are okay, and are we reviewing that list based on, as our climate changes, that some things don't grow here as they used to?
Yes, yeah, well, I've been working on a list, and it is something I really need to, because I answer this question a lot. But yeah, certainly it's going to reflect climate change. It's going to reflect, give a species breakdown of large, small, where they can be planted. It's got to be a pretty comprehensive thing, and it'd be great to give to developers or people with tree removal permits with replacement requirements. But it's in the works.
I would just add that we are in the process of going through a climate resiliency strategy too with a consultant, and part of their deliverables will be a review of our tree planting species and with climate change in mind, to try and look for any recommendations about what we need to be focusing on going forward.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
So I briefly mentioned in the first presentation about stormwater management and the value of rainwater management. So this is Manager of Environment and or Engineering and Environment, Dean Mousseau, who will follow up on that with his presentation.
Thank you, Rob. Just for those of you in the room, Dean Musso, I manage the engineering and environmental section, so Rob, Kevin, and Patrick work in my section. I've been at the city now for 27 years, started off in the engineering design section, designing storm and sanitary sewers, and then 3 years after that moved into development services, so I've sort of seen it from the infancy into where we're at right now, and there's been some dramatic changes that have occurred. Pre-1990, or pre-2016, November 2016, when we actually modified our manual of engineering standards specifications, there wasn't a lot of information out there. There was, we knew there was a problem with stormwater management, and conventional, it was bigger pipe, convey it, get it out and into the ocean as quickly as possible, and that caused a whole bunch of problems. So when we're wanting to change from there to someplace else, you got to answer a bunch of questions. What is it we're trying to do? Why are we trying to do it? What are the impacts of that? What are the costs? So we had our OCP, our stormwater management guidelines. These are all sort of motherhood statements that said, in general terms, this is what we'd like to accomplish. But we did not have the detail to provide to the development community, nor did we have the regulatory framework to say, hey, you must do this. So we're up to discretionary approvals, cooperative developers, and even when we did that, internally at the city, because there's a liability concern if you do something incorrectly, who's going to fix it? I mean, if you go in and you put a subdivision in and you've got no pipes, and then all of a sudden you find out you have to put pipes in, the city's ripping up all those roads. That's an expensive fix for the taxpayers. So there was some institutional reluctance to sort of move forward because we knew what did work. So at that point we sort of reached a point at the city where we said, well, we'll try to get stuff done on the private side, private property, by convincing the developer of the benefits, seeking their cooperation. But in the public side, in the road, we're still going to get our pipes, because that way we know that we're protecting the taxpayers and we can move forward with that. So, but despite all that, we still had a number of projects that we were able to achieve. The first one that comes to mind is Longwood, in behind the Thrifties at Longwood Station there. There was an area that the city had identified was going to be a DCC project for a detention pond. At the time, our design standards for detention pond was a big hole in the ground, 4-to-1 side slopes, fencing along it, grass, mow it. Don't let anybody in, because God forbid if there's a storm and you have a kid in there, they could drown. So it was very utilitarian and really would have been not very attractive in that area. But the developer came to us and said, we would like to do something different. So at least we knew what we needed. We knew how big this facility had to be. So we worked with the developer to determine what was going to happen. That's the area that ended up being the retention pond. It's vegetated, it's growing up. And unfortunately, you can't really see much from my vantage point there when I was taking this photo, but you can see that it's well vegetated. It's not just a hole in the ground. There's a lot of environmental benefit to this for retaining water, for wildlife habitat, all the rest of that sort of stuff that only happened because we had a cooperative developer. That same developer then moved on to do the the Hawthorne subdivision. So through this process, we ended up getting the nice bioswale along there. And of course, Richard, rightfully so, said, how are we ever going to maintain this? What's the cost of this? So we asked the developer for a 4-year maintenance period on the landscaping in there. And from there, we learned some lessons. This project was tributary to Butter Tubs and to the Cat Stream, because it was sort of at the height of land in both directions. So we incorporated the bioswale we see along there. We had rock pits. We had a detention pond in a park. So we worked very closely with our engineering and public works folks as far as the infrastructure, and our parks folks for long-term maintenance of this. Reasonable successes. We learned a lot along the way, and society was also changing their view on certain things. We're using this to develop capacity within the development community, within the engineering community, as far as just getting these things into the vernacular, so that they knew these things existed, that there wasn't this fear that it was going to cost the developer a ton of money. They're going to have to do landscaping here anyways. Why not make the landscaping a stormwater management feature as well? So this is what it looks like today. I mean, that's fairly attractive, and you can imagine that's probably quite an attractive street to be living on with that fronting your lot. few more photos of that. There's the Hawthorne Park that has a pond in behind all the trees, and we've got some interpretive signage that was put in there to sort of help educate, because that's part of the big thing is education. Various photos of it. Then here was one where, through the development of this property, we actually were able to impress upon the builder to do this inland Kenworth project and not put a storm pipe in at all. So on the back of the building there, you can see the parking lot. That has sheet flow going to the Doug Firs on the right-hand side. Through the top of that, it goes into a bioswale to help clean any hydrocarbons and all that sort of stuff before ultimately finding its way into the Millstone River. On the roof, the whole rooftop is a detention facility with a sluice gate and spillway on the near side of the photo going into this dry riverbed where the water gets into the ground and works its way underground, eventually into the creek system. Interestingly enough, on this project, the developer, he's actually done presentations on this and became his business model. So he was able from here to go up and down the island to different communities and say, hey, I'm doing your, doing a auto dealership in your town, but this is how I want to do it. And they were able to adopt that, and there's quite a bit of widespread enthusiasm generated because of this project. And myself and a former planner have done a number of presentations on just this project alone. So here's the next project that developer went to. Well, sorry, it's still inland Kenworth. And there's the dry riverbed. So the next development that the developer came into was the Green Rock subdivision, the industrial subdivision. We still had issues collectively and corporately maintaining the cost of maintaining these works in the city road right away. So we were creative. We ended up putting the bioswale on private property in a stat right of way, so that we'd have rights to have the ability to clean it up and maintain our storm flow through there. But yet the maintenance was then the property owner's responsibility because it's part of their landscape that they had to do through the development permit for their building permit. So we sort of had the best of both worlds in here. And throughout this entire time, we're learning and evolving our standards to see what works, what doesn't work. Again, another shot of bioswale where this is actually a more recent one where somebody actually wanted to go in there and pull up the bioswale, change their access, and reinstate. So that's what it looks at its infancy. So this fast forwards to November, or before November of 2016. We actually had evolved from our 1980s mentality to determine we can do something with our standards and specs. Corporately, the concerns that we had with maintenance of some of these features had been abated from what we had learned. Phil Stewart was then tasked with rewriting Section 7 of our Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications. A lot of consultation internally, externally, with various stakeholders. What was the flavor of the day? Because these things are always evolving and changing. And we landed at this capture of 31 millimeters of rain and just keep it on the site, whether that's in soils, landscaping, however. Just never leaves the site. It gets trapped in trees, evaporates off, whatever. Then we wanted to detain on site any flows that were going into watercourses, because when you release a flow into a watercourse, even if you do peak, reduce it down to the peak, if you're only strictly doing detention and you release this peak, you're detaining, and that peak flow is entering the watercourse for a longer duration. What used to be 10 minutes peak, now if you detain it and release it at peak, it could be an hour, 2 hours, and now you get this peak on peak as other developments come in, and you can have a lot of erosion concerns in your receiving watercourses. We also needed the treatment of the suspended solids and pollutants before they enter the watercourse. And we also had to try to account for climate change. So our standards have now given us the mechanism for all developments to be able to say, you need to meet these requirements for our city system, and that means you need to do work on your private lands to achieve that. However, when doing this, the provincial legislation always allows for in-stream status protection for change in the bylaw. The Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications is an appendix to the Subdivision Control Bylaw, so you don't see the results immediately. adoption was November of 2016. You really don't start seeing all the projects come in until 2017 that are starting to incorporate these works. But we are starting to see them. Here is a residential subdivision on 10th Street, where this is the road on the backside of 10th Street, and you can see that we've put notches in the curbs so that the road drainage will get off into this. There's actually structured soils and a subdrain and everything underneath the tree line there, which will allow the water to get in here. They're going to be doing absorbent soils on the properties. There's a covenant in place to maintain those absorbent soils on those lands. Despite all that, they still had to go downstream. Here's the rest of the road. They still had to go downstream, and in an existing city park downstream of there, this where they put increased storage into the park was full of invasive species. So we worked with parks and our drainage crews to make sure what can we do in there. The engineer designed it. They've now removed the invasive species in there, increased the capacity of that, and it will be regenerating as years go by.
Councilor Turley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crystal. So with regard to when we get snowstorms like this past winter, has this type of thing like the one on 10th Street been a challenge with runoff when the snow melts?
Well, on this particular one here, as part of the erosion sediment control, they put a bunch of straw down, and it got washed to the outlet of the pipe, clogged the pipe, and we had a little bit of a flood here, which is always the risk when you have a control structure in these situations. But if you can increase the capacity of storage on an individual property, then you have less water entering the water course to begin with. Unfortunately, if you get a rainfall event on a 3-day rainfall event, you may not have that capacity, and there's always going to be the overflow. So from a perspective of flood management and protection, the city still needs to have our piped system in there as a fail-safe. So you're not going to get away from completely naturalized system. There's always going to have to be a sort of a blend of the two to make sure that we're balancing off the environmental aspects of it, but also the community protection and the taxpayers from sort of large expenses or claims because we didn't have a pipe system in.
Councilor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the 10th Street one, and we have the notch out there, and as Mr. Sims does his great snow removal, we always know that the boulevards tend to raise up over a period of time.
They do.
And so eventually that boulevard will be higher than your notch. So what plans, and it actually goes back to the private maintenance, how long are the private owners required to maintain the site, the landscaping as it is right now? And what sort of controls do we have on that?
Well,
those things?
Currently for any of the hard civil works like the road, the curb, the sidewalk, pipes, all that sort of stuff, it's a one-year maintenance for the developer. Then we do an inspection at the end of that time period, and if everything's fine, I'll accept the work on behalf of the city. For landscaping, because there's mortality that could happen with the landscaping that goes in there, it's actually a 2-year maintenance period. So the trees that are in there will be maintained by the developer for 2 years, and then they become our responsibility to maintain.
So in the event that that boulevard does start raising up over years, would it be the city's responsibility to go in and dig it all out again?
Yes, it would. So if there was sediment that sort of got deposited in there, and we see this sort of accretion of material that gets in there, if it stops functioning hydraulically, then the city would have to go in there and do some work to clean that up.
And going back to along the same line, going back to the Green Rock example where you showed it was on private land, landscaping, what covenants do we have to maintain so the landscape or the private owner doesn't go in there later on and decide to put in paver blocks?
Well, there's actually a covenant that prohibits them from doing that. So if they do, we would then enforce the covenant. Say, remove that paver. You have to reinstate the bioswale. Even on that, if they fail to maintain it, we can actually go in and maintain it and charge the property owner for the maintenance of the bioswale and plantings.
Councilor Armstrong.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is there a way that you could mark where the drains are? Like this year we were trying to find our drains and we kept clogging them. None of us knew because of the way the snow was falling.
That would be more of a public works operations side of things, but we have catch basins that are there, and obviously if there's no snow covering them, you can see them. But otherwise, you could probably go onto the city map, and the city map program, if you turn on the utility layer, should show the catch basins. If it's on private property, like with a rock pit, we usually have a sort of a catch basin grate that allows sediment to drop out before it gets in the rock pit, because if a rock pit gets clogged with sediment, it doesn't function anymore. So we have a covenant registered on the property. They have the physical, they could see the grate, and they also have the covenant they could pull up to give them guidance as far as where it would be on the private property side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Councillor Armstrong's point, the public works staff will often go out and they know where the problem ones are, the low points and so on that may create flooding, and they'll go out and actually physically clear them. But we also have this bit of an education program where we ask members of the public to keep an eye on their own drains. And so it's really about marking or just kind of mentally knowing exactly it's by this sidewalk crack or whatever it might be to go and clear your own drain.
Poor old Councillor Turley's mind, I'm getting old.
Mr. Chair. Is that the other end of the table?
So here's another project that was done in the Harewood Mines area, or Harewood Harewood neighborhood area. And on this one, there used to be this was a forested site, and there was sort of this ephemeral creek that ran through there, and it was just choked with ivy. You had no idea where the creek was. So the developer came and he's put in a couple of cul-de-sacs, and in between there, he's actually defined the watercourse. He built the watercourse. We have a park that has picked up the setback. We have a trail in that park, so we're getting some recreational opportunity. The properties on either side have rock pits with overflows into the creek. They're going to have absorbent soils. We've got a little bit of a detention feature right at the end of it here, all to sort of try to get more water into the ground and maintain a base flow in that creek for a longer duration. We're getting longer and drier summers, so when you get that water, you want to get it in the ground rather than have it piped to a creek and just disappear within days of the rainfall event. You want to get it into the ground so that it can actually seep its way in and maintain the base flows for longer periods of time. Better for the vegetation that's growing there, better for any of the fish or anything that are in the receiving water courses. And there's the trail along the side of the park, and the creeks to the left-hand side of the trail. There it is there. And we can see that even when I took these photos a couple weeks ago, there was still a flow of water in the creek. Now, interestingly enough, this is actually picking up detention ponds that are up by the parkway as well. So there is a lot of flow that could come through there in the winter time. So. Back to our Green Rock subdivision. As we're moving forward, we're working more with the developers. This that you see on the left-hand side is a retention facility at the 90-degree corner in Madsen Road where Boxwood is just tied in. A number of years ago, the city had acquired that land for the extension of Boxwood Road because the Boxwood alignment didn't match up with the development property. We had some preliminary discussions with the adjacent property owner to sell it as surplus land. When the development came through and we decided, hey, this is a great place for a retention or detention facility, we no longer had surplus lands. So we incorporated the facility into the design of the project. The developers are responsible for construction and landscaping of that. So you can see we've moved away from these holes in the ground with 4-to-1 side slopes and nobody in there to actually planting them out so we get some environmental benefit out of this. And that's what it looks like a few weeks ago. Bringing us all the way through to, this is a Lazy Boy development. For years with our zoning bylaw, we tried to encourage certain things to happen on private property. You know, green roofs, bioswales. We tried to do it through density bonusing. There wasn't much uptake because of the change in the engineering manual of standards and specifications. The Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in Dodds that's being built beside it was a treed site. The only way that the civil engineer could meet the stormwater management requirements of our standards was to convince the architect and the property owner to have a green roof, to have rain gardens, all the way around the whole building, put the landscaping in there, make sure the water could find its way in, and ultimately between the parking bays to have another sort of rain garden bioswale. But that was a direct result of the change of the engineering manual and specifications. Left to their own devices, they would not have done this. So moving forward, we're still looking to define and redefine and refine our development standards and requirements. there's going to be continued collaboration amongst the departments here, community development, parks and recreation, public works, to identify opportunities, because the standards are great, but the inevitable result, as I see it, might be that each individual subdivision that comes in, or property that comes in for subdividing, might have this small little detention facility. Well, that might work from an environmental sustainability standpoint, but operationally, it does not work from an economic sustainability standpoint. So we need to look for opportunities for larger neighborhood scale facilities, where instead of having a dozen facilities for operations, they go to one larger one. So to do that, however, you need to answer the questions right from the beginning: the why, the what, the how, and that's going to require engineering studies. So in the budget for upcoming year, I've worked with Engineering and Public Works, and there will be an ask for a study to review the subdivision, or the lands that are in between Howard Avenue, 9th Street, and 8th Street, because there's a lot of development potential, and usually, in my experience, is when you see the first development come in, they start falling like hotcakes, like dominoes. They start falling after that. So rather than have us try to play catch up, I would like to have a study to say, for this area, what is it that we need? What volume? Where could we site that? What would the costs be? So that we can perhaps now ask the developer for a contribution toward those that facility, rather than the individual one on each lot.
Your Worship. I just want to say, in a cynical world, how impressed I am personally with the presentations this morning, all of them, and the kind of work that's being done that goes under the radar, if you will. And I'm so delighted to have our communications manager here. A reminder of the great opportunities that she will have in order to put out into the public universe of Nanaimo some of the good work that's already being done by the public servants in the city. So I just, quite sincerely, I want to say thank you. This is, I mean, I've seen some of these things. I didn't necessarily understand what they were, or how they operate. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you. And if there's any further questions, or you want more detail on a specific project, please do not hesitate to reach out to contact me. I love talking about this stuff.
Councilor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And I certainly want to echo the Mayor's comments as well. This has been extremely impressive, so thank you, Mr. Musso, for your part of the presentation. Really encouraging to note the collaboration between departments and the success stories that you've pointed to in terms of these specific projects. It seems to me that you're really trying hard to stay ahead of the curve as far as expectations. And I guess my question would be, are you finding in general good cooperation from developers? Are we sort of training them that they know we're going to have these expectations?
Well, I've experienced a lot of change over the years. As I say, initially it was, there was that reluctance. Then once you had the odd developer come in that realized, hey, there's a business opportunity here. I can do things differently. Then they were starting to push the city. So it was a little bit back and forth. We initially had to cue the developers to get them going. We're really in the position of trying to convince and impress and whatever to move these things forward. And to do that, we're always looking for multiple wins. You got to do the landscaping anyways. Why not do it in this method? It's not an additional cost to you, and it has these benefits. And benefits not only economically, but socially and in every other way that we can find. So once we got them on board, then all of a sudden the push came from the developers. For us, we weren't moving fast enough for them in some of them. Others, you still had to be, drag into the 21st century and to acknowledge that there was an issue that needed to be. That's just the way of it. But moving forward, being able to have the change to the manual of standards and specifications now had us where even the ones that didn't want to do it, they have to. It just gave us that extra tool in the tool shed. But in the time that it took us to get to that point, we developed the capacity. We developed the knowledge base locally, and the desire for a lot of the local developers to do the right thing for the environment.
Councilor Gusbrook and Councilor Hines. Through the chair, just with stormwater management, we really haven't costed out yet on a community level what the value of, say, our natural assets are in terms of marshes and for water retention and slowing the flow of water through the landscape. And I'm curious if we have that costed out in a detailed map of where these are, do you think that'll make sort of the cost argument for developers saying, well, it's just going to be too much money to maintain these spots or this and that? We can say, well, this is worth it to us because these are the larger costs that we're operating in. If we don't do it, we're going to be paying, flooding costs and insurance costs and all that. So just curious about that.
Well, corporately, I think we have come to that realization, and actually we participated with the David Suzuki Foundation to do a study of the Buttertubs Marsh. We're one of, 4 communities, Rob? 6 communities nationwide that were part of this program to sort of understand the value of natural infrastructure. So if we were to take the Buttertubs Marsh away, what would we have to put in place? What would the cost of that be? So there was a distinct sort of direct correlation between the nature and what that environmental benefit was. Now, for the most part, on site, what property owners would have to do is they'd have absorbent soil. So once the dirt's in the ground, as long as they leave it there, it's going to be fine. They have some trees that they may need to plant. They have a rock pit that may need to be maintained. Other than that, everything else is still in the public realm. It's going to be on city lands. It's going to be owned and maintained by city forces. So we feel fairly comfortable, and maybe Bill, I'm speaking for you, but corporately we feel pretty comfortable that we know what those costs are, and we'll have to budget that out as moving forward. As a property owner, there's going to have to be this paradigm shift that when you have absorbent soils, there might be times when you go to take your dog out in the backyard and you step down and the ground squishes and water comes up around your feet. Oh, well. You're just going to have to get over that, because the alternative is to drain that away so that your toes aren't getting wet. We're having a detrimental effect to the environment. So it's got to be this paradigm shift socially, and I think it's coming. I mean, we're seeing that from the protests that are occurring in front of City Hall here. You as a council have declared a state of emergency with the environment. So socially, it's understood that we have to do something.
Just to build on that, so say for example within a new subdivision area, say the 9th Street you're talking about, that we potentially may need to soup up the water storage capacity of a parkland as a communal drainage area. Are our DCCs reflective of the need to be able to do that and to maintain that park area so that everybody in that area is contributing to that shared water management resource?
Well, that's actually what we're wanting to go through and sort of offline here, dealing with Richard and dealing with some of Bill's staff. We've been actually talking about these opportunities where we can actually start having multiple uses of those features in park areas, and it might be the redevelopment of existing parks. It might be the acquisition of additional parks. So, but we need to know what it is we're gonna require, how big it's going to be, where it needs to be located. That's where we need to do the study. Now, some of the stuff Doris Fournier and her infrastructure planning group, when they do watershed studies, or when they get the budgets to do watershed studies, some of that will come out, but there's sub-catchment areas that we need to deal down sort of a more refined area, and that's what my ask is going to be for next budget, is to actually start putting some funds in to start doing those sub-catchment areas so we can answer those questions of what, where, how. And then initiate those planning processes to start saying, now that we know this, how can we make it a multiple benefit feature? What funding sources do we have? Can we use the cash in lieu of parks that developers have to give up if they're not dedicating their 5%? Is there some ability to dip into the parks DCC, which can acquire lands? Is there storm money? Is there part of our property acquisition that we can, like, how do we actually achieve the end result? But it all starts with knowing what it is what you need to have to begin with, and that's why we're going to have to be doing some studies over the next few years to do that.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. Through you, this seems a little elementary after your questions, Ben, but I'm curious if we do any work with individual homeowners, offer any sort of incentives to capture stormwater that allows them to then water their garden or do something with their gray water. I'm thinking as food security becomes more of an issue with climate change, we're using drinking water to water our gardens right now, and wondering if there's any cistern programs or anything kind of innovative that you've seen.
The RDN has actually some programs to that extent because of a lot of their water comes from groundwater. So the capture and reuse of water on site, I believe the RDN has some programs on that. Being in the city, because you can turn on your tap and we supply the water, there's not as much uptake in that. I know a number of years ago, I think the BC Building Code was looking at a purple pipe type thing where they would capture rainwater and you'd use it to flush your toilets and this sort of thing. So there's been a number of initiatives, but I'm not sure where they've all landed or what's happening with those. By all means, if a property owner wants to do rainwater capture, I've actually considered it for my own property because I've got a rancher with 3,000 square feet of roof space. It can capture a lot of water. So rain barrels around and being able to water my vegetable garden or some of the plants and shrubs around there is something I've considered and toyed with. But I'd be turning to the RDN information to actually find out how to achieve that.
Mr. Stewart, you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just further to Councillor Hammond's question, and further what Mr. Musso is saying, is that the RDN does have a granting program, but it does apply to city as well. As Mr. Musso hinted, there's not much uptake within the city, but the grant program is there, and it's like a significant amount, $750 towards tankage, or but it needs to be of a certain size to capture it on site, to capture the rainwater on site.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you. It does apply to the city?
It does, yes, indeed apply to the city, but there's just not as much uptake for city properties. But it's a good, solid program, and this is a sort of maybe a sidebar to this, but it's an example of the partnership that the city and the RDN has at an operational level for drinking water and watershed protection.
Yeah, being in the city that you can just turn a tap on, you're not as dependent upon your own water supply, so there's just not as much uptake within. I hope it does. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chair. Further to Councillor Hammond's point, which is what I want to talk about at the end of your presentation, but I'll do it now, is all of our, so far the presentation has been on new developments, where we're developing land and trying to mitigate the issue of stormwater and that sort of thing. But we have a whole section of our city that is old development. And I was floored a couple of weeks ago to learn that some of our houses are actually, the downspouts are connected directly into our sewers, not to our storm sewers, but to our sewers. So is there any plans in the future to look at these developments that have already taken place in the past and mitigate the storm water drainage that those houses and developments are working at?
I guess I'd have to defer to Bill for that answer because I manage the engineering side of community development, so I'm only really involved in the development side of things, although we do work very closely in those situations. And I would anticipate that if it became a capital works project or a program to do that, that my staff would definitely be involved in sort of developing that program with the Engineering and Public Works Department. But as we go through, there are some projects that we're doing. When I went back, I don't know if you noticed on my initial slide, there was one slide or one bullet point that said ISMP, which stands for Integrated Stormwater Management Plan. So where there is a large water course or a water course, when we do a study, we determine what needs to be done. That actually starts generating capital works projects. So one of the ones that we're going to be doing is the north leg of Wexford Creek, and Doris Fournier is actually currently working with getting rid of some of the culverts, changing the elevation of the creek, because the culverts are actually fish barrier passage barriers to fish passage. So these things do inform city capital works projects, and they actually inform the development cost charge bylaw projects. We've got a large retention pond that is scheduled for construction. Right now it's being studied, and pre-design work has been done, and that's at Douglas and 10th Street. We acquired some land through the development, and it's going to impact a subdivision we actually have that we're actually reviewing at this time. So that's a combination of city project plus developer project in an area where there's already existing development. So we are looking for those opportunities, but we only right now I think currently only have two integrated stormwater management plans. One is for Wexford, that was for Wally Creek.
Would you give Bill the mic?
But I can project.
Thank you, Mr. Harding, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to address some of the questions there, there's kind of two-pronged answer. So some of the existing areas that were old improvement areas, and Harewood is probably the most notable example, the downspouts were connected directly to sewers, or the sewers are used as groundwater drains and so on and so forth. Public Works has had a program for a number of years to sort of work through street by street to go and reconnect and provide those homes with stormwater connections and sort of tidy things up. We call it the I&I, the Harewood I&I program, and it's inflow and infiltration, so the inflow from rainwater. That's one part of the answer. The other one is that the city's really fortunate to be really close to the ocean and have steep topography. So there's not a lot of flooding that you see in eastern Canada right now happening here because we're this close, the water gets away fairly quickly. That's not to say that the risk isn't there, but for the most part, our streams are relatively small compared to the Ottawa River. That's about all I had to say about that.
Yeah, just a few final words. I mean, finishing off Bill's thoughts there, yes, we're fortunate we have water courses, but the issue that we have is erosion in those water courses. So it's a matter of actually doing the controls, retaining water on site before it hits that water course, because the water course might have been naturalized and it cuts its own channel, but that's based on certain occurrence of flooding events or certain occurrence of volume of water going in there. When you develop that, you may still have the same maximum flow that's going through there, but instead of it happening once a year, once every 5 years, it's happening every rainfall event, and that's what's causing the erosion in a lot of the water courses, and that's why we need to do retention on site so it doesn't get there in the first place. Moving forward, continued collaboration between the various different departments and the development community. Later this year, we will be bringing forward to council for adoption. Review and adoption a comprehensive soils bylaw. The first slide we had our soils bylaw was written in 1976, so it's a little bit outdated. And it didn't cover a number of aspects like blasting. It didn't cover erosion sediment control. It doesn't cover retention of soils on site. So we're hoping to incorporate all of that into the the comprehensive soils bylaw. So we actually have something with teeth that we can actually take to a developer and say you must do this, or property owners and say this is what you need to do or you're in contravention of the bylaw. There's other things we're looking at. We talked about the urban forestry and how everything interrelates. Currently, the development community doesn't really account for the retention of trees or the ability of those trees to retain water or evapotranspire. So we're actually looking toward quantifying that so we can give that information to the development community so they can have their engineers say, hey, if we keep these Doug firs on this site, they're going to trap this much water. Oh, this species of tree will do this much. So if we plant that, because you're going to get different impacts. If you have a deciduous tree, the leaves are going to fall off in the winter and you're not going to get much evapotranspiration happening or retention happening in the winter, where when you have a coniferous tree with needles, it actually on the surface holds a lot of water that never hits the ground. So there's going to be a difference as far as what species of tree to utilize. And what we want to do is actually gather the information, say this is acceptable information for our climatic conditions for you as a development community to use when considering your land use and your property development. That way you can know which trees to retain, what trees you should be planting to get the stormwater benefit you're looking for. So that's it for me. I'll pass back to Rob.
Great.
So that's the morning. So we could either take a break now and then start a bit earlier. We have a whole much more speakers coming this afternoon. But just to check in with council, if there's anything else you want to ask of the first four speakers actually with Rob. Anything else on that?
Councilor Gaspar. I wouldn't mind just mentioning that thank you very much for that presentation, and I was pleased to hear Mr. Rousseau say that the message has been pretty clear from council that the environment is a priority, that we've set up. We really want to see environmental leadership And I really like the messages of that last presentation, that collaboration is really required. I see like the collaboration across different departments. And I also really hope that staff is hearing the message of feeling supported by council to be innovative and, you know, take the reasonable risk to set a higher bar, and to know that, you know, we really hope that our staff is properly resourced to be able to do that. And I think that's fundamental to make the big goals that we have. I mean, that IPCC report of 11 years to meet climate change goals, it is somewhat frightening, and we do need to double down on it. And so we need to make sure that we're properly resourced to meet, you know, ambitious targets that I hope we're setting, that we're going to set. So yeah, just thank you for the presentation before.
And if I could add a little bit to Mr. Mousseau's presentation, over the years, as you've seen, a lot of those were riskier projects to try. And so we tried a variety of them. We weren't quite sure if they'd all work. And so with council, we may be bringing projects forward to you again that are going to be a little more out of the box. What will work? Give it a try. Some of them we have to go back and fix and reassess, but we've tried different things. And those are ones Mr. Mousseau showed. Some of them were kind of risky at the time. Definitely different things to do, and we tried them. Same with if you get back in the urban forestry issues, there's a broader, we'll talk on a little bit this afternoon, there is again adding all the new street trees in the new part, but it's also managing the existing forests that we have, the larger forest tracts, and some of those issues we'll talk about this afternoon. And that's we have some aging forest lands and trying to find different ways to do that, but we'll do that this afternoon, as well as a variety of other areas in fleet, and then water resources. And probably missing one, of course, sanitation. But we'll break. Is that the goal now? Break now? We'll start a little bit earlier? Oh, sorry. Oh, look at that. Oh, goodness.
30 minutes? Is that the idea?
Could we do 30 minutes? So would it be okay if we start again at 12:15?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Cheryl beat you to it. They're all
I know,
like, his
I
city's
just
coming.
had, she's so competitive.
Love your safety, your attention to safety.
Of course, I'm special man, like,
And
Ready when you are, Chair.
We're ready. Is the rest of council ready? Thank you.
And we're back. Welcome back. So carrying on from that earlier introduction at the start of the day, it's we're going to move on to some presentations looking at the operations side of all that we do here in the city. And we have David Thompson, who will be coming up in a few moments with a presentation on sort toss roll and sanitation. Jason Evans for Fleet Services, Mike Squire for Water Resources, and then myself, Deb Beck, talking a lot about the Parks Ops side of thing and the environmental stewardship initiatives, and then finishing off with Emil Bach and myself again on climate action. So unless anybody has any questions to begin, I'm going to ask David to come on up. I see a question.
Mr. Harding.
Just one comment I meant to do an introduction is, so as you notice, it's all staff sections talking. We didn't bring any of the other agencies or organizations that we always work with. Some of them will come up in some of the presentations as did with Mr. Musso's and Mr. Bridges', but we did bring in other agencies to talk to.
All right, thank you very much. I'm glad that I didn't have to go before lunch because now I've got a lot of time to talk. We're going to break up this presentation into essentially three topics. The first, what we do and why we do it in the sanitation world. The second segment is going to be on our sort toss roll update. We're not quite a year into the program, the full implementation of the program yet, so we've got some feedback there. And then I'm going to wrap it up with some statistics, some challenges, and opportunities that we see at this point. So from a regulatory framework perspective, it's a little different than what we've talked about so far today. It starts with the Provincial Waste Management Act, which sets out extended producer responsibility programs, defines what municipal solid waste is, and requires regional districts to develop solid waste management plans and update those regularly. So RDN is driving the bus on that one, so to speak, and they're just waiting approval on their latest update. Then we move into the Local Government Act, which confers authority on regional districts to establish bylaws, developing services and facilities that are required to manage municipal solid waste. And then we got the Solid Waste Management Plan, which sets out regional targets, goals, programs. And as a municipality, we follow along the programs that they set out, and we're a stakeholder at that table. At the city level, we've got our municipal waste collection bylaw. It was just recently updated, sets out service levels, rates, and requirements related to those services. And sitting alongside all of that is the recycling regulation. It's part of the Environmental Management Act, and it engages in extended producer responsibility programs, stewardship agencies, and we participate in that mechanism through our contract with Recycle BC to collect curbside recyclables. Overall, at the federal level, there is a table, the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment, which looks at the usual interprovincial challenges of getting everybody on the same page moving forward. So they're really taking a close look at the future of recycling and waste reduction in general. So service levels, this is what we do. We collect, we visit every house in Nanaimo, every single family resident in Nanaimo once a week, and we collect their green cart with organics, commingled organics, kitchen scraps, and light yard waste. And then we collect one of either the blue cart for recyclables or the black cart for garbage bound for the landfill. With the new sort toss roll program, there are some requirements for cart location and accessibility to make sure we can regularly and consistently deliver that service. We are growing. I'm sure everybody is fairly clear on that fact. In Q1 2019, we've added 361 households to our program. our budget, I think, has a growth rate of about 1.5%. That's tracking closer to 5% annually. And finally, we have about 100 or so street side receptacles scattered. Most of them are in the downtown core. What the next conversation we're going to be having about street side receptacles is, again, under the recycling programs, Recycle BC is responsible for delivering public realm recycling facilities. So we're going to be having a conversation with that agency. They're just starting off a process in the next few weeks to figure out how they can engage municipalities and deliver the street side recycling services that the province is asking them to deliver. As I said, we're about a year into a full implementation of sort, toss, roll. 3 goals driving that process, that new program. First one, worker safety. Second one, resident convenience, and an opportunity to add yard waste service to our commingled organics program. The full implementation took about a year and a half, starting in April 2017, with complete transition at the end of July, early August 2018. And that implementation, we took delivery of 8 new trucks.
Councillor Martin?
Sorry, but when you said about improving worker safety, and I know they haven't been out that long, but have we seen any improvement?
Yes.
Something next.
Oh, something else.
And we can certainly talk about that. 53,000 carts were delivered over a 6-week period, so that was a huge effort. And we completed all of that transition successfully, including bringing recycling in-house. That was previously contracted out, so that's been a fantastic program. So the first 8 months, where are we?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
You mentioned brought the recycling collection in-house. What happens to the material? Is it sorted somewhere, or are you going to get to that?
I can certainly talk to that. It's not part of this presentation, but under Recycle BC program, they designate a receiving facility. That's Waste Connections Canada down on 10th Street. It goes through an initial sort there, and then depending on the type of material it is, it goes to either an end user or it'll go for a further sort in New Westminster or Richmond.
Thank you.
All right, so large organic cart, fantastic reception on that, and a much cleaner curbside presentation. No longer have yellow bags and content spilling out all over the road, so it's fantastic. With a program of this size and complexity, there's going to be issues. We're dealing with them as they come up at the neighborhood level. It could be street configuration, a cul-de-sac. It could be a conflict with parking. So we're having great discussions with our counterparts in planning during the development phase to really understand, what needs to be done at the development phase to make sure that we can successfully do our part of the social contract to collect garbage. So we've actually set out, criteria for curbside space for carts based on the program that we're currently delivering, and that's being added into the street design criteria. We do offer a carryout program with the sort, toss, roll, with the wheeled carts. We found that some residents no longer needed that service because the carts are much more maneuverable, easier to handle, and currently have about 114 residents on a carryout service, and it's growing. Population is aging.
Councillor Evans?
Thank you. Carryout service just means that someone gets out of the truck and helps the resident with their bin or their garbage?
That's correct. So this would be criteria as a medical condition or otherwise. Someone living alone, they don't have family to help them out, and they have no other mechanism to get their garbage, recyclables, and organics to the curb. And yeah, it's quite successful. We introduced some technology along with the sort, toss, roll program. So each of the carts is RFID chipped. The trucks have GPS. We can take pictures of things that are happening out on the street, and the customer service that comes along with that has been fantastic. We've got real-time capability to deal with residents' issues and questions that are happening on the street as they're occurring. So we have great conversations with our residents about contamination, an education opportunity there, accessibility. You know, their plumber parked in front of their garbage cans, and there was a reason we weren't able to finish that collection. And also, through our Nanaimo Recycles app, we can push out service interruptions. We use it quite a bit during the snowstorm, and it was the feedback on that is fantastic.
Councillor Gusbrook and Councillor Bonner. Through the chair, Sir Jonathan, just curious, with contamination is a big issue, and is it monitored as the bin is going into the truck, what's in there? Do we have the technology to see that as it's being dumped, or?
Yes, we do. So we have a couple of different mechanisms. We log exceptions, so that's when we see something out on the street that isn't supposed to happen or creates an issue for us. So we actually take a picture of that waste as it's being dumped into the hopper, so we can identify whether it's got polystyrene or glass bottles or garbage that's not supposed to be in the recycling. We also track that information, so if there's a resident who's having continual issues, we can then approach them on a one-on-one basis and do some further education and follow-up. And if they continue to have issues, we can refuse service.
So in the truck, as the thing is dumped, there's like a spot that there's like built into the truck, there's a camera that takes a photograph of it?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome.
I was going to say, speak for yourself.
You need to ask what is the most interesting thing we've caught on camera.
What is the most interesting?
Did you have something in mind, Bill?
I believe it was a hunter's home that we were.
Oh yes. We caught national media attention because we took exception to somebody putting a deer carcass in their organics bin. So I pushed out a gentle reminder through our social media, and well, I got a phone call from Toronto the next day.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have anything in our bylaws, parking bylaws, that prohibits parking in front of bins?
We do not. What we do have is we find where these conflicts occur. It's because people are parking where they shouldn't have been parking in the first place, such as too close to a driveway, in a cul-de-sac. So those are the kinds of issues that we're dealing with. We have, short stretches. This is where I think of the neighborhood scale, where we've got 4 houses and we're not able to service them in the laneway, so we can only collect them on the street, but they have street parking in front of, that continuous row of 4 houses. So, coming up with mechanisms that we can give to the residents to make sure that we can reliably collect their cart. So, we have stickers that we can put on the bin. They're certainly not enforceable, but it's a gentle reminder to people who might be coming up that says, no parking within 1 meter of this bin. So we have a few mechanisms, but there is no formal part of the bylaw that addresses parking. And just to wrap up this one, the Nanaimo Recycles app, we've got about 30% of households in Nanaimo that are currently using it. This far exceeds what the adoption rate in other municipalities is. So 30% might not look like much, but it's about 2 to 3 times higher than most municipalities that are using this app. So, did we achieve our goals? Worker safety, yes. We have an incident rate and lost time dramatically reduced. Did we improve resident convenience? Yes, we reduced self-haul trips to the landfill. And did we add yard waste? Yes, we increased our curbside organics collection by 43% just in 2018. So that's with only half of the year on the full program. So some stats. All the lines are going up. We're growing. We're generating more waste. We are diverting generally in line with previous years. This is a little bit challenging on the statistics because we did make so many changes to the program last year that it's very difficult to kind of tease out some of the trends. just because we added such a huge volume of yard waste, we added capacity for garbage. So trying to understand what the stories are, that's been where my work so far this year has been. And also you've got the solid waste regional district services that cover multifamily, the IC&I sector, the construction sector. And so when the regional district talks about a goal of reducing per capita waste to 104 kilograms per person in the regional district, that is the overall blended data. We only provide a subset of that service, specifically the single-family households in the city of Nanaimo. So I would just caution you to be really careful when you're trying to compare statistics and figures between those two jurisdictions.
Councillor Gusmer. The Chair, are we, do the trucks, when it grabs hold, does it take in weight data per
No.
thing? No, okay. But are we noticing like the average weight of garbage going down per capita, or?
I'll get to that.
All right,
So this is our household statistics. You'll see the organics and garbage didn't separate out too well. Blue is recycling. So for the last 2 years, we're ticking along roughly 10 kilos per household per month. Organics, we added yard waste. So we went from a 40-liter cart to a 120-liter cart. So just by, it's intuitive that you would see more volume. The one that I got a little concerned about was the garbage. So I did a little bit of digging. It's gone up. The cart size that we introduced is about 50% bigger than what we were collecting under the old manual program. So one could say, all right, there's more capacity out there. I reached out to my friends at the regional district, and what we determined was that residents were using the curbside service rather than driving to the landfill with their excess garbage. So when we put those two figures together, how much are we collecting at curbside and how much are residents self-hauling to the landfill, we're actually down 3% on garbage to the landfill. Our overall diversion rate in 2018 went up to 65% from 64% in 2017. So we've managed to move the needle a little bit there, but generally speaking, behavior hasn't changed in 2 years' time. So what are the challenges and what are the opportunities there? Looking forward, we've got the regional district solid waste management plan that's coming out. Part of that is moving the conversation with the residents from waste diversion to waste generation. We've been talking about diversion and blue box since the 70s, where we've pretty much exhausted that conversation. We really need to focus on getting our garbage levels down, and this includes recycling and everything. That's what's driving, a lot of what's behind that is consumerism, convenience economy, things like that. It's a difficult conversation to have, but I think we're well positioned to have it. The second thing is what's in the garbage. We've moved from 64 to 65% on diversion. Are there other opportunities, low-hanging fruit? We know that not everybody's participating in the organics program. There's probably about 4 or 5% of households throughout Nanaimo that refuse to participate for one reason or another. Yuck factor, could be any number of things. But understanding what's in the garbage, what we're dealing with, what might open up some new opportunities. The Nanaimo Recycles app, great source of information. So just every opportunity we have, we continue to push that, and certainly, 30% is a great starting point, but I think we can be better.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding that 4% of people not participating in the organics program, are you figuring that out based on that they're not putting up the green box, or are you looking inside the garbage can?
That's based on the not setting out their green cart. With the RFID system, we can actually see who's participating in programs. So I ran a query that said who has not set out their green cart in the last 6 months. And it's sort of indicative of...
Only reason I say that is I wasn't using the green box for a long time. until we started doing yard waste, because I would button everything up and take it out to the farm and compost it. So I wasn't putting out a green box, but I was composting everything. So you may find that some of those people who aren't putting it out actually may have a backyard compost.
Well, the thing about our green box program is we can take a lot more than you can compost in your backyard. So we can take meats and oils and fats and greases, as well as the traditional backyard compostables, fruits and vegetables and things like that. So that's where the yuck factor comes in, right? Understanding, setting up your kitchen so that you can manage those wastes in the most environmentally conscious way possible. Now, I talked to one resident. He's built himself a farm digester in his backyard, so he doesn't need. That's one of 28,000, 29,000 households. So, and the rural areas, rural properties are going to have a little bit different behavior than urban properties. So, there's definitely consideration for that. So, looking forward, improving collection efficiency. We've had some great successes moving to CNG fueled trucks, and Jason Evans will talk about that a little later, I'm sure. But just traveling as few miles as possible or kilometers as possible to deliver the service that we have. As the city's growing, it's a very dynamic problem to solve. So bringing some technology to bear on optimizing how we deliver that service would be helpful in keeping those costs and impacts down to a minimum. Citizen engagement is huge. A lot of what we talk about is education. Sharing information with people who are interested and encouraging behavior changes in people who are less interested. Safety outcomes. Obviously, we always want to monitor our safety outcomes. So far, fantastic improvements there. We've had one injury on the job since implementation, and it was relatively minor on the scale of things. And planning for new resources as the city grows. We've heard this a few times. It's the speakers today, but we're really good at delivering the service that we do. We now need to start bringing resources to look a little farther ahead and make sure we're set up for a successful future.
Councilor Evans.
Thank you. Do we have a timeline on the zero waste coordinator and when that position might be in place?
It will be later this year. We're just having those discussions about timing right now.
Thank you, David. All right, on to our next speaker, Jason Evans.
Got a world seal of pose, right?
Absolutely.
Like a baton.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jason Evans. I'm the Fleet Operations Manager here at the City of Nanaimo. Today I'm going to be covering a brief overview of fleet, talking about greening of the city's fleet, looking at past and current green initiatives, as well as our plans for the future. Okay. So an overview on Fleet. Fleet's garage facility is located at the Public Works Yard. We employ 9 licensed technicians that service and repair over 400 vehicles and pieces of equipment. We have a very diverse fleet here at the city, like most municipalities. We have vehicles ranging from small electric cars to Class 8 plow trucks to fire rescue equipment.
Whoops.
Okay, I didn't do that. Did I do that? That's not mine.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. All right. So this leads us to the topic of the day. What is green fleeting? Simply described, it's reducing the use of fossil fuels and the reduction of GHG emissions within the city's fleet. As shown on this slide, there's many factors to reducing the GHG emissions in a fleet, and having the ability to measure and report on these factors is imperative. The adoption of a green fleet strategy will give us this ability and bring together all the factors under one single strategy and allow us to set realistic targets for the future. So So the next question would be, why are we green fleeting? Well, green initiatives don't just improve the city's environmental footprint, they also help optimize fleet costs. Provincial mandate is another good reason. Canada's Greening Government Strategy, released in 2017, includes clear commitments to reduce emissions from government fleets and clear targets for greater electrification. Under new legislation here in BC, all light-duty cars and trucks sold in the province of BC will be zero emission by 2040. We need to really work hard to get ahead of this before it gets ahead of us. And then cost is obviously another big reason. In 2018, carbon tax was increased to $35 per ton of carbon. This is going to increase to $50 per ton of carbon by 2021. And the one that really hurts each and every one of us is when we go fuel up our cars every day. We look at the price of fuel. It's steadily increasing, and that affects us just as much as it does you. And last year, the city spent $880,000 on fuel last year. So, and last but not least, of course, is our government. Government Canada states that the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere is leading to a changing climate, and BC's transportation sector accounts for about 37% of total provincial greenhouse gas emissions.
Councilor Gaspar. Sorry, 880,000, did you say?
$880,000 in fuel last year.
Interesting.
Yeah. For sure. It keeps going up the more they keep jacking the price of fuel up. So.
Is that including the police vehicles too?
No.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Because you got an e-bike.
Well, saying all of that anyways, the question would come to, what have we done? What are our initiatives to date? What have we done? So Nanaimo's climate change plan provided some initial direction on greening the fleet. And in 2014, Council had directed staff towards the reduction of fuel consumption within the city's fleet by 5%. And over the last 10 years, we've put many things in place to help curb this. The right one? There we go. Sorry. We've installed automated fuel management systems to allow for better tracking of fuel usage. We have implemented a preventative maintenance system which allows us to keep our vehicles in top running condition at all times. We've adopted a corporate anti-idling policy to reduce vehicle idling and the waste of fuel. Here at SARC, we actually run a car pool program where there's vehicles shared that are available to city staff. Will reduce the cost of the city owning and maintaining extra vehicles. And we all know that we have some of our equipment that has to run on diesel fuel, so we can't get away from that quite yet. In some, unlike garbage, we seem to be successful there. But so we've changed the type of diesel fuel we're actually using. We're using a more cleaner, more renewable biodiesel fuel now. We're at about a 5% right now. I would like to see for the future to go to 100% renewable. And for many, many years now, we've been adopting alternative fuel vehicles as well. Oh, I keep push that button.
Councilor Hammonds?
Got it. Okay.
If I may, I'm always curious how we stack up to other municipalities as far as things like greening the fleet goes. Do we look at comparable sized communities and kind of evaluate ourselves in relation?
Well, I'm in the habit of doing that. I've been with the city for about 8 months, so I'm working on that now. So a lot of stuff I'm talking about is a lot of stuff the previous fleet manager had put together, which he did a fantastic job doing. But yes, that is definitely what we do. We'll look at comparable, and I like to look at cities that are a little larger than us too, so we have something to shoot for.
And based on that research, do you think we are we middle of the pack? Are we leading? Are we trailing behind?
Right now, I think there was a time when the city of Nanaimo was leading the pack, I believe. There's been a bit of a void, I think, where things have kind of slowed down a little, but we're still faring pretty well, I believe. Yes. Okay, so the adoption of bringing in different alternative fuel vehicles. So currently we have 4 hybrid vehicles, 21 propane or compressed natural gas pickup trucks. We have 8 compressed natural gas garbage trucks with one more on order, which is coming soon. 5 electric cars and 5 fully electric ice resurfacing machines as well. I have a little fun fact about our ice resurfacing machines. Fleet had worked with a local vendor for a long time to help develop the very first electric conversion ice resurfacing machine in BC. And I believe, can't quote me on this, but I think Canada as well. So.
Councillor Armstrong.
How long are the batteries lasting on the electric cars?
They'll last the life of the vehicle when we have them, for sure.
Any issues?
We have not had any issues to date, so, yeah. That's usually the best part of the car is the battery.
Well, I hear other stories that when the public after batteries are going, it costs $3,500 to get a new one.
Yeah, when maintained properly.
Maintenance.
Maintenance is key.
Thank you.
Maintenance is key, for sure.
Answer to that, maintain it. Wally will like that.
So with all the introductions of all these green initiatives and policies that we put it into place, it's proven very successful for the city. As a corporation, we've been able to decrease our use of fossil fuels while the fleet has still continued to grow. So currently we're using 82,000 liters less gasoline today than we used in 2007 and 67,000 liters less diesel fuel than we used in 2007. So when you want to compare that to other municipalities, we're doing okay. Yeah. Thanks. I'm just going to give that to somebody. Let them push it for me. I get too many things in my hands here. Okay, perfect. With the cooperation of other departments here at the city to help introduce alternative fuel vehicles, like sanitation for sure, we now have 22% of our fleet using alternative fuels, such as electric, compressed gas, or propane, and 29% of our fleet is running on our biodiesel blend. So this will bring us to what we're doing today. So we've been working very hard partnering with neighboring municipalities to share best practices. We have a lot of knowledge all around us. This is a problem for all fleets. Everyone's working on greening the fleets, so we've been reaching out to them. We're right-sizing vehicles at time of purchase, allowing us to make sure the vehicle matches the operation and always keeping a green twist to everything. We're annually evaluating our preventative maintenance program, making sure we're keeping up to date with manufacturer specs. We're providing fuel consumption reports to departments to allow them to self-manage their fuel consumption so everybody knows what they're using. We're assessing our 10-year purchase of vehicles, looking for potential alternative fuel vehicles. And then currently we're developing a corporate green fleet strategy. We'll get it all figured out by the end. Yeah. So what are we looking for the future? So we're preparing a formal green fleet strategy, hopefully to give to council for review. Fleet will be submitting a report to council requesting support to join the E3 Fleet program. This is a program that provides tools and expertise to analyze opportunities, to develop and implement and measure a green fleet plan. This is an independent review of fleet's performance, offering an analysis of key performance indicators and opportunities for improvement. I've got to go back one. Not quite there yet. So with this review, fleet can qualify for a bronze, silver, gold, or platinum rating on performance and excellence in green fleet practices. This rating would show the city's commitment to environmental leadership, and with that data, we would use it to complete our green fleet strategy and have it approved. And that's about it for me. Yeah, so if there's any questions?
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. With the idea of your call to action here of declaring a climate emergency by the council, and I'm looking at your graphs that you have a slow reduction, which is going down, great. With this new view of council and where you're moving forward, how fast can you get that line down farther? And what do you need from us?
Money. Well, I think the big thing is right now, Fleet has done amazing things for the last 10 years. I believe we really have. We have all the correct ingredients. Now we just need the recipe to make it all work. And that's where I think our E3 Fleet program, getting involved with this program, they're going to help us put the money where it needs to be and streamline it and put real targets in place. It's a tough thing to do if you don't know what the real parameters are and you haven't set anything up. So to keep moving, we're just going to keep moving ahead, doing what we're doing right now, and we are trending down. So, but as the vehicles, if we purchase vehicles and we bring more into the fleet, that makes it tougher too.
So then if we were to give you a target, then you could come back to us and say, okay, we can do this, you have to provide us with this much money.
Correct. You're right.
Okay, fair enough.
There could be a recommendation in E3 program.
Yeah, that would be, so that's what would help us with our E3 Fleet program. They would be helping us with recommendations and from their experiences and working with other municipalities. I know the city of Richmond is they've just got their platinum rating, so that's as high as you can go. And talking back and forth with the fleet manager there, we use it as we're challenging each other to do stuff. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. That's great. Mike? This is Mike Squire, our manager for Water Services. I'll give you a hand with this. Yeah, okay.
Right on, I need something else. I'm gonna do the clicker. Yeah.
I'll do the clicker, yeah, I can
My assistant found ways.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Teamwork.
There, test it.
How many planners does it take to turn on a microphone?
Wait a minute. Engineer?
So how can we hear you say that?
He's projecting.
I need to do something. I can do it. There's something else.
No.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm Mike Squire. I'm the manager of Water Resources. I've been here just almost coming up on 5 months. It's been a fairly steep learning curve, but a very easy transition for myself. What I mean about that, and if you can switch, thanks Rob, to the next slide, is it's a very robust system we have. It's been well engineered and it's been well looked after. So it's very robust. What we have, we have the luxury of having a watershed in the foothills. Not many communities have that, and it's a well-protected watershed. It's a very large catchment area in itself, and it's a gravity system. Again, many systems don't have that luxury, although it's very flat topographically within the city limits. We have the luxury of bringing down gravity in our foothills. We have domestic water supply that we need to feed for the residents, as well as water supply and fisheries flow. A lot of residents don't understand the big impact of fisheries flow and how much we contribute to the Nanaimo River and have been contributing to the Nanaimo River for almost 90 years now. So we service the city of Nanaimo, Nanaimo First Nations, and West Extension Water District. We also have emergency temporary supply that for the District of Landsville, North Cedar Improvement District, and Nanaimo Forest Products, which is Karnak. This is our energy recovery facility. It's 350 horsepower pumps essentially run backwards to generate electricity. Next slide. And what we try to do is capture the peak electricity. And that's a bit of a balance. So we actually, I mentioned we have the luxury of gravity flowing down from the foothills to the water treatment plant. And from there we feed our #1 main reservoir. From there, it fills the remainder of a reservoir. So we have control over our water, and what we try to do is capture the peak and super peak, so we're getting the utmost revenue for that hydro source. And typically the super peak is between 4 and 6 p.m. of the day when people are using a lot of energy. So we'll actually convey water into our reservoirs throughout the city and use that and get that revenue, that higher based revenue. So on average, we have about $7,600 a month we're generating through that facility, which equates to about 60 to 70 residential homes that we're powering on an annual basis. From an annual basis, we're last year was just over $91,000 per year. Next, please. Getting back to the fisheries flow release, it's what we do. This is a picture showing just downstream of South Fork Dam. You can see the water being sprayed out of the cone valve there. We have a minimum requirement for fisheries flow release of 0.28 cubic meters per second. To give that a bit of perspective, that's 10 Olympic-sized pools per day that we're conveying down the South Fork River, which later joins the Nanaimo River. So that's a significant amount of water that we use to augment the flows year-round for the fisheries flow purposes. And then additional requirements are downstream of the Nanaimo River Bridge of 3.9 cubic meters per second, which is around, I believe, 140 Olympic-sized pools per day going down the Nanaimo River. Sorry, back up a little bit. That isn't a shared allowance between the Nanaimo Forest Products. They actually convey. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
You're probably just about to explain or answer the question. They have a permanent water license, I believe, Harmac, correct? And is this allocation, is this by way of agreement or is this statutory? How does it work?
It's a partnership, essentially what we have with Harmac to convey, and the agreement is between ourselves and the province to convey that flow. That shared Nanaimo Forest Products 75% of that flow, and our allocation is the remainder is 25% of that flow. How do we manage and encourage efficient water use? And that's a big topic. I'd probably take a long time, but I'm just going to touch on a few key points. Water conservation is one of the things that we use. Universal water metering has been in place since the early 80s. We can account for every drop we have from source to tap. Tiered billing rate is another, and I'll explain that in a further slide, is another way we can, it's called demand management. The more you use, the more you're going to pay. And then full cost accounting. And then, of course, the water restrictions that have been in place for over the last 5 years. Another water conservation is public education, huge component. Public education, just understanding. We've come a long ways over the last 10 years, and the biggest attribute has been our partnership with the Regional District and Team WaterSmart through the Drinking Water and Watershed Protection Program. And that's a big educational component. They have resources and staff that are going out in the community. Every event, you name it, they're out there with their own tent, educating the public. And then several times a year, we actually we invite schools to come out and tour the watershed. We just had a tour last week with one of the Nanaimo First Nations elementary school, grade 4s and 5s, coming into the watershed, learning where the water comes from, how it's conveyed, how it's treated, and then further to that, what you can do, because it's your water, how you can actually conserve that water and how it's important for the future generations. So just getting a few quick facts about the national average. Up top there in red is 274 liters per person per day. So if you really think about a liter, everyone knows what a liter of gas is, but 274 liters per person per day is pretty significant if you look at it. That adds up substantially. And then the BC average is over that at 353. Nanaimo was in 2007 to 2012. The average was right on the provincial average. Pardon me, national, thank you. Just looking above. And then the last 5 years, we've reduced that significantly to about 228 liters per person per day. And the water conservation strategy targets an additional 10%, which I believe is quite achievable, just looking at the trendings. Always, yes, sorry, Mr. Chair.
I was just curious, in the summers where we have water restrictions, does that reduce our per capita average quite substantially? Those years?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, having water restrictions absolutely reduces the per capita, the annual per capita demand. What watering restrictions primarily do is we have an abundant supply throughout the year, or in the winter time of the year. That's when we capture the water. We have the shouldering times of spring and fall, the demand starts creeping up. And then the summertime, our demand more than doubles. That's a challenge for us because we've got to capture that water, we have to store it, and then convey that. The inverse of that is when people are consuming it, there are a lot of outdoor use. So if we can actually curb that more in the summertime, between typically May until October, the better we are off, especially in the fall. I shall kind of present that in the following slides. If that helps.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding those averages, if BC's average is 353 and the national is 274, in order to balance that out, there must be some province at 200. So do we know who they are and what they're doing?
I believe 200, I don't believe there's a province that is that low. I don't have the data here, but the average 222 we're doing right now is a very good average throughout the board on national. There's different comparisons. There's a paper that's been out, I believe that I'm quoting 2011 there, but different depending on the size of municipalities. There's another comparison there as well. And from that target, we're coming in well under right now. This is just a correlation between demand management, where we have population in the green bar going from 1980 to current date, and in the blue bars is water consumption. So you see a direct correlation in the 80s, the early 80s, you have a direct correlation between population growth and increasing water demand. Introduction of water metering in 1983, you see a dramatic drop, and then people start forgetting about that. And then further in the early 90s, you see a tiered billing rates. So again, where the more water you use, the more you're going to pay, and people start to get it. You hit them where it hurts in the pocketbook, and you see a downward trend in water consumption. And then comes the stage watering restrictions and the whole water conservation through the Drinking Water Protection Act. And you see a deviation between population growth and water demand, which is critical and very essential for demand management. Not only that, for the asset management and trying to defer those major capital projects that you have in the future. Now, if you look at today's water consumption, or last year's 2018 water consumption, we're very equivalent to 1996. Yet we have a population which is 20,000 greater than we were in 1996. That's quite substantial. So there is room to grow for water conservation, and it definitely, like one instance there, it definitely benefits deferral of major capital infrastructure. So a lot of graphs to look at here. Now, what we're looking for future expansion, we're talking about deferral of major capital, is our watershed is big enough to capture that precipitation even in the future, even looking at climate change. However, our impoundment, our dams aren't large enough to eventually store that water that we need to capture it in the wintertime to convey that down the river and supply us through those summers. So the original study originally projected that we need to have future impoundment, a bigger dam, by year 2025. Pushing our current demands out, which is the blue line, we're looking at around 2023 where we start needing that additional dam impoundment. With further 10% addition for water conservation, that can push that out another 10 years. However, we've got this little thing called climate change and then the fisheries impact. Those two are hand in hand. So what we're going to see, if you show the next slide, please. This is just taken from the Cowichan Valley Regional District with their climate impact study. In blue is the current conditions of Lower Vancouver Island showing levels of below freezing during the winter time. Over in the yellow is what's predicted going 40 years from now. So that blue shrinks, yellow is above freezing. So we'll have less to capture in the snow pillow. However, what is the predominant picture here is what we have is an extended summer. We'll no longer have fall. We're going to have an extended summer into September, October will be our normal summer drawn out, which means we'll be using more water for typically irrigation demands or outdoor water use, and also the fish. The fish will need it. We convey a lot of additional water down the river for the fish that are rearing up. So that's going to be the biggest impact to us. We'll have to supply that. So that's going to move that projected forward. We're probably looking at around 2030 for future impoundment for the dam.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you, Mr. Squire. I don't know, because you're relatively new to the city, if you can answer this, or maybe Mr. Sims, but thinking of the dams, and South Fork was built back in the 50s, 30s. Tremendous foresight at that time to build such a structure. And I know we've had some talk about raising the height of the dam for future. Are we actually starting to plan for that possibility or looking at that idea at all?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, I'll do my best, Bill. Yes, there's been some studies. Currently this year we're updating the Water Supply Strategic Plan, which will talk extensively about when we need to have that future impoundment. What we're looking at right now is we're looking at Jump Creek. It's called Jump Creek 2. So it's raising the level of Jump Creek Dam by approximately, I believe, 12 meters for future impoundment of an additional 16 million cubic meters of impoundment. And that's also taken in account the predicted climate change impacts and the fisheries flow releases that we will need to supply. When we go back, it's going to take 10 years to get that, the regulations to look at our permit application. Fisheries will ask for an additional 10% as a minimum. So we as the taxpayers will have to pay for that. Fisheries won't come to the table unless there's some federal provincial grants offshoot of that. But DFO and the provincial fisheries will ask for a minimum of 10% of that volume to convey for additional fisheries benefits, which I believe is a good thing for the health of the river and for the fisheries purposes. But that's another thing that that alone will take probably 5 years in planning. So the studies will start this current year and continue for the next 10 years.
Thank you. Good to know that we are doing long-range planning.
Councillor Emmons.
Thank you, through you. That graph that shows that our population is rising, but our water consumption is declining, what's the primary driver behind that, and can we amp up those efforts? Further, that one.
That one. Okay, through Mr. Chair. The primary driver is many things. Obviously, we're very fortunate to have the forethought of actually having metered water systems. There's many communities that don't have that. So if you don't know what you're consuming or the residents are consuming, you have no data. We're very fortunate to have the data in both our supply and what's coming out from the residents and industrial commercial. But also, you're looking at tiered billing. You're also looking at water conservation. Those are the big drivers for that, and the public education. People get it now. They're getting brown lawns are good. They're fine. It doesn't need to be, it's not a status to have a green lawn anymore. And I think it's just getting out there. And a lot of our water conservation, we do have a bylaw which we can enact on people are outside the watering restrictions. However, it's what we find is typically it's the neighbors calling in and just telling the neighbors. So we'll educate them first. It's a 3-strike rule, give them education so they can understand. And I think we ourselves, we need to also push the fisheries thing. People don't understand that. There's a lot of water that we do that we need to convey from our dam for the health of the whole water system.
So a follow-up, if we kept going on this trajectory with education and really showing people what they're paying for, you would expect that line to continue to go down?
Correct. Yes, through Mr. Chair, that's absolutely correct. And I think 10% is easily achievable over the next 10 years, but however, it is a double-edged sword with this 10% less revenue that we're receiving too. So we have to balance that with the financial projection being,
Mr. Sims?
Just to add a few things to what Mr. Squire is saying. It's a phenomenon that's happening across North America where we see a greater awareness, as he said, with environment, just not using too much water. But the city about 10 or 12 years ago started really cranking up the water rates to take care of this, the asset for 50 years. Because this is one of our largest single assets in the neighborhood of $1 billion is our water system. So to keep that healthy over the next 50 years, we've really started to raise our rates. And I think that's one of the primary drivers for you hit them in the pocketbook and they really sort of see it. But there's some other components. And personally, I would say that I've been sort of waiting for that to bottom out. It just keeps going down and you think, oh, it can't keep doing this. But I tend to agree now with Mr. Squire that it's going to conceivably continue to decline, even with population growth.
Mr. Hart?
Just wanted to mention a couple of things. As Mr. Squire is mentioning, the longer summers. In park operations, surprise, surprise, we're the biggest consumer of water in the city. This is the Parks and Recreation Department. And so it may seem contrary to the fact that we sent out a nice press release that we're open at all the water parks this past weekend. But it actually, this other thing we worked with the previous and the current Director of Engineering Public Works was that they encouraged the use of the water parks because rather than everyone else having sprinklers to keep kids cool, we actually have one system. Now in the past when we built those systems, we had to tie them into sanitary, so there's not a recirculating component. But those are operational things we can look at. And now we rarely never open up the parks, water parks in May, but it's more and more we're opening up earlier, and we're keeping them open a little bit later. And they're just getting more business. That is one of those operational components. I've just mentioned it's because of consumption. We're definitely on the consumer side of things.
Good. Thank you.
It is a good segue.
This was all best Lester.
That's right.
Our own worst enemy.
Best friend. Good both.
I'm assuming that works great. Okay. So we're going to switch gears somewhat and drill down a little further on the parks operations side. And I guess there's many facets to parks operations through trails, buildings and facilities, programming, and there's definitely lots of programs and educational opportunities the city's worked on over the years on environment from all kinds of different facets. So we'll touch on a few of them here with the slides. No, I'm good. Yeah, it only takes me, so I can do it. Anyway, sorry about that. No, anyway, yeah, let's not go there. And of course, a big player in more ways than one in parks operation is our friend Al Britton, who works with us on trails. But he's the manager of parks, and he's a great friend and partner, and we've done a lot of good projects together. So I appreciate him being here. He can help with some of those questions. So on the operation side, just the big picture on the parks system itself, It's extensive, and when we think of parkland or green space, it's more than just what the city controls. There is obviously Crown Land, DL 56. We can think of Newcastle Island, and in that regard, the Nature Trust of BC is another big component in here. And not everyone may know, but the Nanaimo Estuary, there's some significant lands down there. Also Buttertubs Marsh as well, which is also a very popular place for the walking trails for many people, and other components as well. But when you look at the parkland zoning, it's PRC1, which is basically the nature park designation. It's a significant component of the entire park system. So that's important to note, because when we were talking earlier about the different legislative responsibilities and thinking about the Species of Risk Act, it's that component of what we have in our nature parks, where we have a lot of good selection of endangered, not just species, but ecosystem types that aren't found as prevalent as they used to be on East Vancouver Island, but they're well represented in the park system that we have. And much of this work originally was done, I think back in the 90s, in a sensitive ecosystem inventory of the province, and they designated a number of endangered ecosystem types. And as I say, all well represented in the park system. Coastal Bluff, Garry Oak Woodlands, older coniferous forests. Terrestrial herbaceous is basically thin soil ecosystems. Rarely are they treed, but because of that harsh environment, very dry conditions, you can actually find a lot of rare and endangered plant species typically there. Lots of wetlands, obviously, and riparian areas as well. So there's quite a mosaic all through the city, with all these different ecosystem types. And within those ecosystems, a number of key endangered species. Now, this is just a small example of a few. Hoxsackia pinnata, which is, as it turns out, is our city flower, actually. A number of naturalists who were quite concerned about the protection of this species in Harewood Plains took a petition to council to kind of designate that as our city flower, because that particular area is the largest concentration in the country for this particular plant. So it was just a chance to raise the awareness of its significance, but also it's a very unique plant to the city, to this community. Vancouver Island beggartick and Aster curtis. As I say, there's many other red listed plant species, but this is just a small sample. Now, of course, different other species, including western painted turtle in Buttertubs Marsh and Divers Lake, and it's considered red listed. And just so we're clear, there's different ratings that are kind of addressed. I think globally there's a group called NatureServe that has global rankings. The Conservation Data Center in Victoria uses what they call a red, blue, yellow listed species, but they're basically informed from the NatureServe ratings. And then there's what the Federal Species at Risk Act considers endangered, and they have a scientific committee called COSOIC that does designations and adds those on a list. So western painted turtle is identified on that. Now, I don't know if it'll work, but some very keen naturalists happened to see this particular turtle on a trail stretch in Buttertubs Marsh and filmed it. So this time of year, actually, late May into June, they will come out of hibernation. They'll often sun themselves on the logs in Buttertubs Marsh, come out and lay their eggs. And they'll do this in some places next to or adjacent to the trail system. So for a lot of people, it's a fascinating interaction and experience to kind of see nature up close. And I know a lot of naturalists often come down just to look, but it's there for anyone to see. And it's one of those rare endangered species, and it's a special kind of opportunity for many people to appreciate in our park system.
Councilor Gussoff. Sorry, through the chair, what time of year did they lay their eggs?
It's coming up, actually, so late, well, actually this month into June.
They usually protect the area.
Yeah, there's been I'll get to that in a second. There's There's a partnership we have in Butterdoves Marsh with the Nature Trust of BC and Ducks Unlimited, so there's been a co-management agreement in there for many years. It's primarily a conservation area, but we help with management of trails and repair work, but sometimes we offer support on some of their conservation work. So a turtle nesting beach was basically taken from an existing trail, a bypass was created, and then the old trail was used as a nesting beach because that happened to be a place the researchers were discovering that they would often nest on. So we were basically accommodating their selection of the nesting beach and making sure the visitors were able to go around safely. Anyway, just a response to the sensitivity of the species and what Parks and Parks Operations has done to try and accommodate that. Another project, it's restoration of another endangered plant, Vancouver Island beggar's ticks. This has been going on since 2014 through funding through Environment and Climate Change Canada to work with biologists who specialize in endangered species reintroduction and working on a number of sites in 3rd Street Park along the wetlands there to reintroduce this plant which had disappeared from the site primarily because of invasive species encroachment, canary reed grass. So through working through some volunteers and members of Vancouver Island University Biology Department, we've been seeing some success in reintroducing the plant into the park, which disappeared, I think, around 2005 or so. A little bit further back, but I think a major contribution to fish enhancement, habitat enhancement, was the Bowen Park Side Channel. That project was from 2007, and again, a great partnership with the city, Vancouver Island University, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada to create a bypass channel around, I think it was called Deadman Falls in Bowen Park, and create fish rearing habitat within the side channel itself, but allow access for fish to carry on up the Millstone River. And that created about 857 meters of fish habitat. I touched on invasive species briefly, but I think it's probably going to be one of the more rising challenges as climate change progresses is the threat to the loss of our biodiversity in our park systems. And I think we could say that across Canada. This will be the ongoing struggle, and to really target and focus our energies with the resources we have on some priority key species that are particular threats. And one program we have is focusing on knotweed, Japanese knotweed and hogweed. So this particular plant is very quick spreading. It actually impacts road infrastructure. The root systems, well, there's a demonstration right there, breaking through asphalt in a parking lot. So can impact infrastructure, can spread very quickly, is very detrimental to riparian ecosystems because it has a very thin root system. So during heavy rainfalls, you can actually slough off into the river, continue to spread downstream, and create erosion opportunities. So the city's been working with the Coastal Invasive Species Committee and doing a program where we're working with private property owners, but also working on parklands to try and manage the species.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. I was recently out collecting branches in the area that the city just cleared between Rossdown Road and Northfield.
Right.
And there's a tremendous amount of knotweed there in that area. And it looks like at one time there must have been a house there or a farm there because there's a lot of herbaceous perennials.
Right.
So is that something you'd want to know about? Or?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, right in there.
Yeah, we've had, well, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Good to know. But with the Coastal Invasive Species Program, we have had a contractor we've worked with who's kind of managed a database for us, and they do some of the home landowner contact, but also do some of the treatments and education just to try and answer people's questions about what they should or shouldn't do, particularly with hogweed because it has a toxic sap that can actually burn skin if it's exposed to sunlight. So being very cautious about some of these plants and just getting the right expertise there to make sure it's knocked back. I think another important partnership is, I think I briefly mentioned earlier again, was with Vancouver Island University, and a lot of good stuff has been happening out in the West Marsh of Buttertubs. Much of that area is with the city and co-managed or co-owned with Ducks Unlimited, and but it's become a great place for outdoor learning, research, primarily through Vancouver Island University. And I know there's a lot of work going on with the biology department on bird studies, small mammal assessments, and probably other things I'm not aware of right now. But it's starting to grow more as a kind of an open research site for university staff and students. So it's been a good partnership, because along the way, of course, we learn more about the wetland and how significant it is, and the variety of species that inhabit there. And that kind of brings us to the pilot study that eventually focused in Buttertubs. I think it was mentioned earlier that, I think Dean had mentioned, the Natural Capital Initiative, which has actually changed its name to Municipal Natural Asset Initiative. It was a pilot study started in 2017, and 5 other local governments, including Nanaimo, were involved in doing an assessment of the financial and community value, trying to get a better sense of what a wetland or another natural feature provides a community. We picked Buttertubs primarily because of all the background information that had been done, but also because of the strong partnerships with the Nature Trust and Ducks Unlimited. Just as a reminder, it's where it is. It's 55-hectare wetland complex along the Millstone River, just above Bowen Park, and next to the parkway there. Well, basically there. But I guess the key thing is, the question for the pilot study really was, what is the engineered replacement value of what this wetland serves the community to as a stormwater retention and a flood mitigation system, particularly when you think about major assets like the bridge over Bowen Road and other potential developments in the future downtown. What does this wetland provide as far as protecting those assets? So hydrological modeling was done, and a replacement value was defined using a couple of scenarios. And the interesting thing was, when you look at the 100-year flood impact, it's at least a value of $4.7 million replacement value for what it does free. But if you look into and look at the climate change impacts, that value doubles for what it provides as far as holding back floodwater. So it's quite significant. That was the conclusion of that study. So, and I think you'll expect to see a report from myself and input from staff about where we go with the results of this pilot study. I could see easily a need for a further asset inventory. What other wetlands, what other features like this elsewhere in the city can provide that value to the community? And what do we need to do to help support what it does through maybe ongoing restoration to help it function better as part of an integrated storm system? And that'll be a question for later to review and consider.
Councillor Gasselbrock. Through the chair, that 8.3 million, that wasn't including the cost of the land.
Correct. That doesn't include the cost of the land.
Services.
Correct. So I'm going to ask my friend Deb Beck to come up. She's a program coordinator. She is? Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a quick further, if I may.
Mr. Simpson.
Just a quick add on to what Mr. Lawrence is saying, the possibility of adding natural assets into our overall financial asset plan, that's going to be the subject of some future work, but that's allowed for in council's asset management policy. So we've got a line in there to recognize the importance of natural assets and then to somehow catalyze them or put some financial value to incorporate that in our overall, just for council.
Thank you very much. Very important.
All ready to go? Okay. We're going to kind of go down the road about a lot of the great work that's been done on working with such a wide variety of community groups and individuals that have come forward, especially over the last, 5-8 years, that have really kind of wanted to be more engaged and involved in what we do in parks, but also especially on the restoration side, especially on the just understanding the environment, what's actually going on in the parks and what can they do to improve that space. And I think that kind of that's kind of heartening. That kind of tells me that the public has really responded and is really wanting to do more on the ground, and as opposed to let others do it for them and be involved in trying to find some solutions. And as I said, there's a wide variety of groups and organizations that have worked on invasive species management, on tree planting, on inventory work in our parks, and we really appreciate all that input. So, but I think I'll pass it over to Deb. You're going to give us a bit of a background on some of the programs we have been running, and then we'll take questions.
So before I get started, I think it's a good time for a little infomercial. Yes. So my name is Deb Beck. I am one of the recreation coordinators, and I snuck in late because I've been at Health Among Us all morning. So I don't know if any of you have children that have been to Health Among Us. Any? Right? So Health Among Us, we do over 5 days. We're here until Monday through Friday, and we engage kids grade 4 down to kindergarten. We see 3,000 kids over the 5 days. So I've just seen 600 this morning, so I may be a little frazzled. But we start with the grade 4s and work our way down, and it's all about fundamental movements and getting the kids moving, healthy living. We partner up with Save On Foods to provide them a snack with the banana, and then this year we've partnered up with a group up in Hornby Island, Hornby Organics, to provide the healthy bar. So super fun. If you're not doing anything between 9:30 and noon, until Friday, come out and see it. It's pretty cool to see the number of kids running around. Oh, they're at Mara Logan and Second Artificial Turf, so up at Bevan. Super fun. The other thing that I do, so part of my hat is getting people out into the parks through direct programming or any way I can, I guess. So one of the things that we put together is this Golden Bucket contest. Anybody seen this? Know it? Played it? Nice. Played it? This is a really super fun competition to get people out into the parks. The idea is to get them to places that maybe they don't know, or maybe you've never been before, or just maybe exploring some of the new things that we've done. So I thought, thanks Jackie, I thought what I would do is I would involve you, get you do a little working, and I don't know if any of you have looked at the Golden Bucket clue for this week. So we have these buckets in all of our facilities, our recreation facilities, and in the bucket there is a clue, and it changes every Wednesday. I go and move the bucket to a different place. It's also on our Facebook, and it's also on our website. And if you're Twitterers, it's on our Twitters. So listen closely and see if you can figure out where this is. On a hot summer day, this park is a great place to be, whether swimming, fishing, paddling, or enjoying a ski. Take a little wander down the walking trail to find this next location for our Golden Pail. Any thoughts?
Not fire chief, not to the fire chief.
Can you ski at Westwood?
Long Lane Park.
Yes. So the trick is, once you know where to go, then you go find the bucket. The bucket is hidden, and in the bucket there is some kind of question about the park. So you have to answer that question. So it's a little bit of an educational thing, get people finding some answers, just giving them some knowledge about the park. And then they have to send that answer to us at parksandrecreation.nanaimo.ca. And then their name goes in for a draw. We do partner up with Coastal Expressions, and the grand prize at the end of the year is a trip for 4 in their kayaks. So it's a really great partnership. It's a great event to get people out into the parks, and it runs May until the end of July. So go look, get involved. I will be looking for your emails as you respond to me every week. All right. Which way forward? Okay. So as Rob was saying, this is our Partners in Park project. So on my other hat, I coordinate and connect some of our different groups with our Parks Department and some of the experts in our Park Department. And this is just a little bit of a background. So the Volunteer in the Park program was initiated back in 1982. And since then it's been changed, or it's been renamed to Partners in Parks, which is just an umbrella for all of these other different areas. The neighborhood playground development, community gardens, park beautification and tree planting, gatekeepers, naturalists, public art, invasive plant removal, park ambassadors, Adopt a Park, and Eco Club School Group Ecological Stewardship Projects. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. This is one of the places that we started first, Park Ambassador Program. So currently we have about 18 individuals who visit 20 or more of our local parks and trails on a regular basis. They usually try and get there twice a week. And they are involved in either invasive plant removal, garbage removal, and providing us, providing users information and education. So they have a lot of our dog off leash information packages or our park maps, or they are given information on any special events that we have going on. They also help to maintain a personal level of service in our parks, trails, and open spaces by their presence. So they do wear a vest, and I meant to bring my vest with me. I have a Park Ambassador vest so that people recognize them and can go ask them questions. We have a lot of parks and trails. If you don't know and you haven't been out there, we have a lot of them. So they are our eyes and ears in the parks. And we now have a really slick little information collecting system on our website that they can provide us information with pictures on things that might need to be dealt with. And we're in constant communication with this group. We also work with the Broom Busters. I don't know if you've seen some of their signs and some of their piles that are out there right now, but we've been working with them for a number of years. They are a great group of people. They have 60 plus volunteers. It is growing and growing. Startup in Qualicum. We coordinate the broom chipping and the disposal at the end of the season, plus we also coordinate some of their work parties through our Parks and Rec activity guide. But they've cut broom on 33 of our city parks, 50 sections of city roads and right-of-way. This is a huge thing, actually. 8 elementary schools and 18 commercial properties. Their tagline is Cut Broom in Bloom. So you will see them out right now. You've probably noticed all the little yellow flowers that are out there. If you have allergies, you've probably noticed it. It's blooming. I do. But they are out there picking away and cutting all that broom down. The other thing that we do, this is part of our Invasive Plant Awareness Month, is we have started, I think the last 4 years, maybe 4 or 5 years, we've been doing a drop box. So we do an invasive drop zone at the beginning of the month, the beginning of May, and then one at the end. So the last Sunday, which is actually the 2nd of June, we have one, and we will actually be there to get rid of people's invasives for them. If they can bring them to us, we will take them away and get rid of them. And it's been a really popular program. It's kind of gained speed, and the Broom Busters are a great group to work with. And then Student Ecological Stewardship Program. So one of the things, as Rob was mentioning, we have lots of groups that want to come and learn, be educated, help out in the parks. Students are a big part of that. These are just some of the different types of activities that we have them do with us. Plant identifications, removal of ladder fuels, planting or mapping, barefoot mapping, so going in and mapping what that park looks like initially, removing the plant and then restoring it, maybe mapping it again to show them what it looks like with native plants. Student Stewardship Partners with NS3, which is the Nanaimo Science and Sustainability Society, and the Great Shoreline Cleanup Initiative. They do a Trash to Treasures with the Great Shoreline Cleanup, where they go out and collect trash and then create treasures out of it. And involvement in the Adopt a Park program, which we are going to talk about a little bit later. So this is just a couple of different partnerships. I love pictures. I love to see, I just think they show more than I could say in words. This is our Departure Bay Elementary School and our Stream Keepers. This was a super, super wet day, but wonderful day for planting. So this is along the Departure Creek and Woodstream in 2016. And in 2018. So again, this group has been in there, and this one here is part of the Departure Creek Realignment and Enhancement Project. This little area down here is actually right behind the tennis courts, behind the 7-Eleven down in Departure Bay. So if you haven't been down there to have a look, take a look. It is amazing. I'll let Rob talk a little bit more about this project.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, it was a parking lot, and the creek in that section was essentially a ditch. It was a straight shot and very little habitat feature. Going back to that earlier slide I showed about plans and the impact of neighborhood planning, I know in the Departure Creek neighborhood plan that had been a recommendation at the time, was that more work be done to restore and work with the community of Departure Creek, and this is kind of the legacy of that work. Both in Woodstream Park, which was just upstream, and working with the neighborhood association, but also really important partnership with Snemu First Nation and obviously Fisheries and Oceans. And working with them and many staff through the organization, we were able to do a lot of the work in Woodstream, but also that realignment project in behind 7-Eleven.
Councillor Gaspar. Through the chair, unfortunately, was able to walk the Departure Bay Creek there, and Mayor Krog was there for a little bit as well, and that was a really good example of like how much collaboration between the city, the community, and also in between departments, parks and engineering and planning, and the enhancement realignment was really great, and it also just was striking the effects of climate change because of the greater amount of flow of rain. The amount of silt that was being blown through there, and a lot of the gravel that had been placed there is now filled up with a lot of silt that the salmon can't spawn in. And I know that there's a gravel or a sand trap higher up, but it needs to be cleared out ASAP, I think, so that it's already 8 feet filled up. So.
Well, yeah, and it was cleared out earlier, and we'll just continue to monitor and make adjustments as we kind of do the maintenance going forward.
Yeah, the Departure Creek stream keepers are a great group of people. Very, very involved, very into their neighborhood and what's happening in that stream. And you made a really great point. I love these type of projects because it does involve a number of different departments, a number of different community groups, and the school kids see all that. I think it's so cool that they see this partnership. They see everybody involved in the same type of task, and that's kind of our goal, is to develop that environmental consciousness at this level and an appreciation for what's around them. And they're going to bring their families down. They're going to bring their parents down and say, hey, I planted that tree, and can I tell you about the stream and why they're all connected and why we've done this for the salmon, and so that they can spawn. I think it's really, really cool, and they are the future. And so that is part of one of the goals I would love to see, is every school has a green space around it and become stewards of that green space and become connected to the green space around them. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through here. You'll recognize these pictures. My CDC and John Barsby School. This was last year at Earth Day. So planting trees along and doing some riparian work along the Chase River. This is Dover Bay Secondary School. Tree planting at Camas Park, which is a new park up towards Westwood. Periwinkle removal and snowberry planting down at Neck Point, and working with the broom busters at McGurr Sports Fields. And then some of our community groups. So not just school groups, but community groups. The Take a Hike, they did a big cleanup out through the Harewood Plains. Plant a Park is a really unique group. They are, I would say, probably one of our great examples that instigate our Adopt a Park program. They have embraced their park, and they are really working hard at keeping that just a natural environment. We've got the Barsby Park cleanup, which we've done a couple years in a row. Broombusters and DNBIA, and I can't remember what the other one is at the top there. Oh, that looks like Planta. So this is our Adopt a Park program. So one of the things that we are finding is we have so many groups that want to get involved, and they live in a neighborhood that has a park nearby. And our staff would be going out with them and doing work parties with them, and we thought, wouldn't it be cool if they could actually adopt that park and become stewards of that park? So that's what we did. We kind of looked around to see what other communities are doing, and this has been such a really popular program. They get recognition. This is one of our signage, volunteers at work, and then their Adopt a Park. So they get to use this, and they keep this in their kit. They have a kit so they can go out and do work whenever they want to. So not just on our agenda when our staff are available, but they can go out there. We give them the tools and the training and walk through the location with them, and they can get in there when they can. So I've got a couple of really great examples. Just a little bit more information on our Adopt a Park program. supported and funded by the TD Friends of the Environment Foundation. So they've given us funding to put these kits together that our groups are using. We do the training and we provide the tools. This program is open to the nonprofit community groups as well as corporate or private business groups, neighborhood groups, social clubs, or school groups. We have lots of people getting involved in this. Some of the responsibilities might include litter pickup, graffiti removal, invasive plant removal, native plant restoration, tree planting. With the school groups, we actually have a bit of a system that they go through. So they will do some bear mapping first. Do a little map of what it looks like now, take some pictures, then they'll go in and identify what's invasive and what's native, then they'll do a garbage cleanup and then get rid of invasives, then we'll get them planting natives and then do another mapping to see how it changes over time. So it's a really good educational tool as well. This is Bill's Place at Piper's Lagoon. So you can see the before picture and you can see the after picture. Amazing work what Bill's Place has done. They are a group that we work with a lot in a lot of different parks. They've done, the last project we did was up at Neck Point, out Keel Cove, towards Keel Cove. You'll see some garden beds planted up there, but they're a wonderful group to work with. And it really is wonderful for them as well because they feel part of the community. They feel like they're giving back. They feel like they have a sense of pride in what they've done. It's a fantastic partnership. This is the TD Bank, Bowen Park. So again, before, if you've been through Bowen Park, you know we have lots of ivy, and after. And we work a lot with them too on planting TD Tree Day. If you go behind Merrill Logan, you will see that they have been, over the last couple of years, planting a number of trees along the banks over there.
I should add, the volunteer work is kind of directed by horticulture staff. It's not all over the park. There's targeted areas we focus on, and then, the truth of the matter is you have to go back and repeat. It's focused attention on certain areas and planting native vegetation and working over time to kind of restore it and change that balance back from a monoculture of ivy to a more diverse kind of forest ecosystem. And that takes time and commitment, and groups like this are willing to put the time in.
So as you can see, we have done a lot of things in the parks, and a lot of people don't know that so much is going on in the parks and the trail spaces. So one of the things that we've created over the last couple of years is this Natural Connections newsletter, which is online that you can have access to. But it's our way of showing and telling people what's been going on and embracing what is happening in our parks and our green spaces, and really thanking those people that are out there helping us out, because we couldn't do it without our volunteers and with our community groups helping us. We have so much parkland, and we love our parkland. People come here because of the parkland and trails that we have, and we want to keep it that way. So go online and have a look. I am going to leave these for you to have a look at as well, but talks about some of the other partnerships we have. Water to Earth Month, which we talked a little bit earlier about the watershed treatment plant tours. So that's another thing that Parks and Rec partners up so that we can educate people on what is happening up in the watershed too. So that's it. Any questions? Excellent.
Councilor Gusman. To the chair, thank you for the presentation, and it is such an important thing having these programs integrating the community into taking care of. We need to go beyond preservation into restoration, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. No, I'm good, Dan. Thanks. So I know transportation staff had given you a very detailed presentation a few weeks ago, but there's an opportunity to ask any other follow-up questions. I know our transportation manager is in the back, but if nobody has anything to follow up on, we can carry on. I just thought you deserve a space too, my friend. Okay, seeing that. So now this is where I wanted to kind of bring up our climate action piece, because all through the presentations, I think you've kind of seen the theme through this: water conservation, energy generation, invasive species management, there's a whole range of projects and initiatives, greening the fleet, that in their own way have taken some kind of action to address what we do corporately, and I'm hoping influences in the community more and more. So kind of going forward, I just wanted to kind of set the stage. And I think many of you know this, some of our history. A lot of our climate change planning really started around 2007. Climate Action Plan, the Gordon Campbell's many initiatives at that time, signing on local governments to getting their gas tax money back by doing CAREP reporting. And through those incentives and programs, and actually regulations later requiring greenhouse gas reduction targets on our OCPs, these plans evolved and came forward. And that was kind of our first generation at Climate Action, and the follow-up being our energy conservation management policy, our green building strategy for corporate buildings and such kind of grew from there. But again, always keeping in mind, well, it's great what we're doing on the corporate level. It's only a small component of the impact on the community side, although we can certainly act as leaders and educators and innovators and try and communicate that story to the community to try and help move the conversation along. So I wanted to kind of turn over to Emil Bach and ask him to give us kind of a more detailed look at some of the corporate initiatives that the city's been doing, and then take it back onto the community side and have a conversation about maybe future directions, given the new direction from council on declaring the climate emergency. Oh, you got it.
Do I need to turn this on or does it work?
It should be good.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Emil Bach. I am the infrastructure specialist here at the City of Nanaimo. I've been with the city for just over a year. Our energy and infrastructure manager, Scott Paminger, was unable to attend today, so I'll be presenting on his behalf, and hopefully I can answer your questions. So for our corporate energy and emissions, our role is to analyze and plan how energy is used in the city. We're always looking for opportunities to find new proven technologies to offset utility increases, reduce emissions, and our impacts of our climate emissions. Being a public sector organization, we always need to lead by example and show the public what we're doing and practice what we preach, basically. We do so by presenting to our energy manager quarterly presentations to BC Hydro, through social media, as well as to the through council presentations. This aligns with our upgrading of our facilities through renewal projects, upgrades, as well as new construction, which isn't as common, but hopefully we'll see some new construction projects in the near future. We have goals and targets often set through our Strategic Energy Management Plan. That's the SEMP, which is pushed through BC Hydro. It sets a good structure for us to force us to plan out and implement projects. And we also now have the Clean BC Plan, which is mandating that we reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030. What are we doing? We have partnerships, programs, and agreements, a lot of which are with our utility providers such as BC Hydro and FortisBC. With collaborations with other departments, incorporating energy efficiency into any projects where we can manage to put them in. We have different funding bodies, such as the funding from our Sustainability Reserve, as well as General Capital Reserves. And as I mentioned, we share results through the Energy Manager quarterly presentations, the presentations to council, and through social media as well. We also have our Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program, which is the CAREP, which is mandated by the BC government, and it summarizes our actions taken to reduce corporate and community-wide energy consumption and greenhouse gases. And it also reports on our progress towards reaching carbon neutrality. How are we doing? We set targets, we monitor the targets, and we report out on our progress. a lot of the low-hanging fruit over the years has been taken up, so we have additional challenges of finding where we can reduce our consumption and greenhouse gases reductions. There's been a lot of program changes through conservation. When the Energy Manager program started out, there was just a mandate to save as much energy as possible, whereas now there's been a real shift to low-carbon electrification. So we're actually adding a lot of load to the system, such as through electric vehicles, using less fossil fuels and switching over to electricity.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I just want to mention as Emil's on this one. So this is a presentation that Emil and Scott will give to, Scott Pamminger will give to council later on. I restricted them to one slide. The actual presentation that they do, and the reason I'm stopping here because I'm amazed they actually got it to one slide. But they will be doing a longer presentation that shows all the different facilities and initiatives that have gone on and some of those goals and targets, but in more detail. But today, I don't think we'd have enough time for all of that. Emil's, I kept them to one slide, so I just had to highlight the one slide.
Your worship.
Just the obvious question, 2007 to 2008, what happened?
I am not actually familiar with the exact details of this, but we'll dig into that.
I'm sure Mr. Harding was around.
I think Mr. Sims had a comment, and then Councillor Bonner.
I was going to suggest that it might have been one of the conference that came online.
Well, there's a few things there. It was a conference center, but also there was a few major winters we had in the Nanaimo Aquatic Center, which is our biggest draw of power and gas. It was a huge component, and over the years we've done a number of changes to those systems that have helped lower a number of that. But we did have some major winters. We had some facility issues, and that's updated. Is this on?
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. That actually year, I don't know if anybody remembers, but when we're talking about the water consumption, there was a huge spike in 2008 as well. We went way above our average.
2007 was also the first year they started carbon reporting, so they might have been working out some bugs and included more data in with 2008 as well. So you'll see the graph on the right, which is from the CARIC reporting, and that is the greenhouse gas emissions graph for the whole organization. So this isn't just buildings, this is a joint effort for the whole organization that includes fleet, organic waste diversion, which is a huge part of our reduction, as well as building facilities. And over the past 10 years, we've reduced our emissions by 42%, as you can see. We've received $1.93 million in incentives, and annually our energy and cost savings is $1.1 million, so it's substantial. Plans moving forward. We are requesting your support to update the energy conservation and management policy and the 2007 corporate climate change plan. We feel that they're likely outdated, and we would like to review them and see how we can align our policy with our goals and our direction that we want to go in. So we'll continue to develop low carbon electrification projects where they're feasible, with the benefits of retrofits and new construction projects, along with fleet electrification, with BC Hydro's study funding, charging infrastructure and vehicle options, and explore and implement new technologies and alternative options where feasible, where they make sense, not just from a business standpoint, but also from a greenhouse reduction. Sometimes it's hard to reach your payback thresholds, but there's more to it than that. That would be my last slide.
Any questions?
We'll wait till it comes to council.
Stay tuned. Given the time, and we want to respect the time we've set for the end of this meeting, I want to just quickly hit that, like as I said, throughout all of the presentations, there have been a number of initiatives kind of highlighted. I'd say generally our biggest impact has been or is land use, transportation, and also what we can do on the community side regarding buildings. So we have run a program since 2014 with the real estate community, the Realtor Energy Efficiency Program, and that's been in partnership with the regional districts and basically giving training and tools for realtors to work with other realtors, but also with their clients at the time of sale to encourage them to look at retrofit opportunities to lower energy use and look for opportunities to get EnerGuide ratings for those homes as a benchmark for the consumer. I would touch on the EV charging actually initiatives. Obviously, that's a relatively recent council engagement on the regional district side, but also in the city. But I would say even further back, 2012, 2013, we were involved with working with a lot of the larger commercial entities and the province working to try and arrange for the original EV stations, including, I believe, the level 3 charger in the conference center. But all that kind of it was partly with city initiatives, working with different partners, again, to try and get those stations out there. And it basically acts as a form and incentive by providing the opportunity for anyone thinking about switching to an electric vehicle to have charging facilities at convenient locations. The other thing I do want to hit, though, is the BC Energy Step Code. That's an important piece because there is work now to do in the building bylaw amendment that you will see in the near future, where we're going to be looking for changes in energy efficiency requirements as part of what we expect to see in building applications going forward. It's to sync in line with the deadlines that are laid out in the Clean BC plan for Part 9 and Part 3 homes, and with the ultimate, of course, goal of being net ready or net zero homes by 2030, I believe. So that's kind of in stream right now, and you'll see that in the near future on the regulatory side. So this is my last slide, and it's simply to say at this point, with the recommendations and with the input from council now on following the IPCC direction and with some fairly aggressive revisions to our targets, we need to kind of review our options through education and outreach, non-financial incentives and financial incentives, but also regulation, and really assess the potential impact. Because really these are the levers we have as a local government to try and make change happen on the ground. And in addition to being what we can be as a leader through our corporate operations. So I would see and I would suggest there's a need for maybe a focused group or task force that can really focus on getting the initial recommendations together with the right expertise and staff to discuss what we need to do on the community side to move things fairly quickly and then report back to council. And whether that's the Environment Committee or a different body, I'll leave that detail for later. But I can see that's going to be an immediate need going forward. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if anyone else has any comments or questions.
Councillor Turley and then Councillor Moss.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the question I have is actually going back to the EV charging stations. Do we have any idea of the usage of those? Go ahead.
Actually, Emil just did the breakdown of the cost of it and some of the charges, so of the one at Bevan Park. And so we just got that a week or so ago. Yeah. So we can send that out to council. I don't have it in front of me, but we could get what those are.
They are driving into the parking area at the airport and the conference center, there's two there, you don't often see vehicles charging there. I'm curious.
It's definitely increasing. One at Bevan, because we got a 3-year average, 3-year data, 3 or 4 year data on it. And it's, I wouldn't say doubling every year, but definitely going up.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the STEP program and financial incentives and regulation, do we see coming down the pipe here financial incentives for builders to create houses that are utilized in STEP program, and also regulations, as an example, door blower tests where occupancy isn't given unless it reaches a certain level?
Well, actually, right now, while we're preparing the bylaw amendment, there is a rebate program available now through both the city and the regional district where we will help pay for the cost of a home energy assessor to come to a new construction project or an existing home and go through and have an EnerGuide rating set for that building. It's partly because, for new buildings, it's partly as an educational piece, because once the bylaw gets changed and it becomes a requirement, that rebate won't be there anymore. It'll be an expectation. Now, there is I think the way we've planned it is a 6-month window for the building industry to prepare and get ready for step one, which is basically going through getting the energy modeling or the EnerGuide assessment done, and it's provide that paperwork to building staff. But there'll be requirements for more higher levels of energy efficiency in the coming years that's also tied to that. But there definitely is going to be an education component to this between the time the bylaw amendment is done and when the actual start date for the requirement is.
And is that roughly the same thing? I remember doing an energy assessment on a house I was working on in 2004, but I think that was from the federal government. We were getting the rebates, or provincial, was it? Yeah, so like, is this the same sort of thing, just newer?
Well, I think the system has changed. Yeah, I think there was, there's been various renditions of this, but the current EnerGuide program, actually the old ones used to be a number scale from 1 to 100 or something like that. But now it's looking at gigajoules, and the expectation is that you lower the amount of energy used by the home. So the goal is to actually lower the amount of gigajoules that the home is using up as part of its normal operation. And it's the same thing, though. The energy assessor is looking for opportunities to tighten up the home, look at insulation, windows, whatever the features are, depending on the age of the home, and it provides the homeowner with those recommendations on making improvements.
Any additional questions? Councillor Gaston.
Through the chair, just a question, Mr. Lawrence. So is the community sustainability action plan sort of the plan that sets the emissions targets and sort of other environmental targets and strategies for?
The emissions targets are in the OCP, and that's required by provincial legislation. And the action plan is basically the piece about how we implement doing the reductions, and that laid out the original programs that we followed up to this point. So going forward, I guess we need to look at in our OCP update new targets that incorporate what the latest council resolution was, and direction. I think you've already given it, to look at that community sustainability action plan and do an update, do a review and update and refresh it.
Chair?
Yes, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Just while you're all here and before we end the day, I'm not sure, I think it's close to that point, based on the Governance and Priorities Committee recommendation from you all on April 29th to strike an Environment Committee. With the terms of reference to be determined after the session today, I was wondering if you all wanted to use this workshop type environment to end with Mr. Lawrence here for his guidance to kind of flesh out what that terms of reference for that committee or what would be the purpose and function of that committee, at least initially. So I don't know, Mr. Lawrence, if you have something to kind of add. You were just speaking about it a few minutes ago about what you see as at least the initial plans and projects.
Well,
before we go down that route, maybe we should move the existing motion to receive this for information if there's no more questions on the information.
Maybe one last slide. Briefly, I apologize. I forgot to mention, while we've been talking about community and corporate emission plans, there's also the resiliency aspect. Irregardless of what we do to lower emissions, the weather and the impacts are still going to come, so we need to prepare better, and there's an initiative underway now working with staff and a consultant to do a two-part strategy. One, a sea level rise mapping study working with Associated Engineering and looking at some modeling about what is the expectation for sea level rise in the next 5,100 years, but then coupling that with a strategy that looks at the risks and vulnerabilities to our infrastructure, some of the land use and the requirements requirements and regulations we have around development, and then what we need to do to prepare for the coming changes. And all that's kind of underway right now, and we're expected to get a report on that by the end of this year.
So I'll be looking for a motion to receive the governance and priorities report titled Overview of Climate Action and Environmental Management in the City of Nanaimo, dated today, and the accompanying presentation for
So
information.
Second.
So Martin, any discussion? All those in favor? And then Councilor Armstrong.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate Ms. Curry's comments. I personally would like to see reports from staff first to see which way they're looking at going, because I think they have a much better idea of what environmental issues we're facing than we do. And then once we receive those reports, then make a decision on which way we want to go. Because I myself don't have a lot of knowledge in that area, and for me to start making out recommendations without seeing what they're already doing, what they would like to do, I think I'd much prefer to see that. Thank you.
So you're proposing that staff actually come to us with terms of references?
Yes, I think they're the ones that should make the terms of reference, not us. They're the ones that are going to have to work with it. They're the ones that are the subject matter experts. And then when we look at the terms of reference, we can then look and say, does it fit with where we want it? Thank you.
Councilor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to agree with Councillor Armstrong, but I'd like to take a step back, and I can stand corrected here, but I wasn't sure that at our last meeting we had reached a consensus or an understanding that an environmental committee was the best model to move forward with. And I'm not opposed to that, but we had a really good discussion about the benefits of roundtables and task forces and committees. And I guess I was a little surprised to read in the local paper that we had determined to create an environmental committee. I didn't think we had. So I guess I would like to answer that question first. Are we convinced that's the best route to go?
Your Worship, sorry, Mr. Gold, do you want to?
Yeah, I think Ms. Curry can clarify the motion that was taken last week. On terms of process, we have booked a special meeting of GPC next Tuesday morning to revisit the strategic plan update, and we had put sufficient time in there for any other additional workshop topics you may want to deal with, anticipating there could be some follow-up on committees and task forces and all those types of things, just so we all stay clear on the path that we're on here. So maybe again, I don't think we'd have a staff report ready on this subject matter for next week, but if you wanted to have a little more, you've been at this now for 4 hours, if you wanted to have a little more time to talk this through a little bit, and if the unstructured environment next Tuesday, we do have that book for you. It's a 3-hour day. We don't actually need that much time, I think, for the strategic plan. So I'm just throwing that out as another option for you. Because we're talking about, we've got a task force initiative tonight that's going to council. There's that. Remember the chart that we showed you last time, all the different models, the roundtables, and all that type of stuff. So you may want to mull it over a bit. I think that would be wise anyway, and then come back, or we could come up simply on this for whether there's something on in terms of reference. But I think we should answer the question first, which was what did in fact council do on the environment committee?
So thank you, Chair, through you to Council. It was moved and seconded that the Governance and Priorities Committee recommend that Council direct staff to strike an Environment Committee with the terms of reference to be determined after the 2019 May 13th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting, and the motion carried unanimously. That was the one committee that you did decide to strike on the 29th. Then there was also a report back to you that you directed staff to report back to you on the grants process, and a report back on the Intersectional Urbanism Committee, as well as a future report that's coming to you this evening regarding the, at the time it was called Homelessness and Social Issues, but the name's changed and it's on your agenda this evening. So there was a number of reports and things we were looking into, but that is the one committee you did decide to strike, though it was just at the very, obviously, initial stages where terms of references were yet to be determined.
Thank you. Your Worship.
I'm mindful of the fact that we are in municipal government, not the provincial government, not the federal government, but it seems to me that in terms of reference for the committee should involve what I will call the practical approach of what we can do at this level of government over those things which we actually have control and regulatory jurisdiction. I note the graph, education is good for about 10% and regulation is better for about 75% and incentives 50 to 75%. And it just strikes me the terms of reference should be looking at the various ways that as a community within our jurisdiction we can actually affect change in our local lifestyle that will be examples to others but will reduce our carbon footprint. And obviously, I suspect and hopefully will make us a more attractive place to live and invest. It's a fairly general comment I appreciate, but we have some control over regional transit, obviously, as the major vote at RDN. We certainly have control over design, the kind of work that we've already seen accomplished this morning around stormwater and things of that nature, the whole way we approach building and design in our communities. We certainly have control over incentive around densification. There's a number of areas where I think we actually have some ability to do some fairly striking things, and Lord knows there's enough information being circulated around the world about what other communities are doing, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Hong Kong that's doing it, and maybe it's Medicine Hat, or maybe it's Weeping Water, Nebraska, I don't know, but places that would actually be examples for what we can do, and that would demonstrate to the citizenry that we're serious about it, and that we're also being effective and we're using their dollars wisely to do it.
Councillor Armstrong.
Well, thank you. I echo His Worship's words. I think we have to be really careful, that we do stick within what our municipal boundaries are. I think the purpose, because I think that was one of the made the motion, was that when we're doing some of our asset management or looking at some of our new projects, that we do look through environmental lens. And then if there was a requirement, we would look at striking a task force for something specific instead of having a community, that committee that's involved in everything. It'd be like this committee would come forward and say, if we're, prime example, we're looking at the dam, for instance, or whatever. This is something where a task force can make an impact, where we actually bring the subject matter experts in instead of just generalists. So that was my thoughts behind it. I could be off base, but thank you.
Councillor Gussie.
Through the chair, in terms of the terms of reference for the environmental committee, I heard Mr. Lawrence say that an important focus coming up here is to revisit and update our community sustainability action plan, and I think that would be a very important first step for that committee to look at. And I think we need to have a discussion on what we want this committee to look like. Is it going to be a technical advisory committee, or is it going to be a community committee? But I think that just looking at practicalities, I think that the updating of this community sustainability action plan, we need to bring in some outside perspective in updating it, and also make sure that we have the input from all the different departments along with council to get this set up as soon as possible.
If I may, I think we would be wise to listen to Mr. Rudolph's suggestion here and maybe take the week to sort of think it over. Cognizant that we have 12 minutes here before we're scheduled to recess, I don't think we'll be in a well position to rush and make a decision on this, and it can wait a week. Council.
We may be able to synthesize I don't know how many slides we had today, Mr. Chair, but down to 4,000 down to maybe one or two committees, where we have the idea and next steps, kind of break down in a bit of a chart and play with that a bit and help shape things a bit. Some of it was suggested as future work plan, some of it's in current work plan, just to summarize all that and help shape things and reminding ourselves what is the role of the LCP and this and the climate action plan and so forth. So I think we could probably pull a slide or two together and then help facilitate that a bit. We could do that in short term. The full report would have to take a little bit of time. So if we'll ensure that we put time on your Tuesday's GPC meeting to facilitate that conversation. We'll try to put our heads together and what we can do to help steer and organize that, so it makes it easier for you to discuss that next week. And so it was a lot of material.
Everybody happy with that? Sure. That's the end of our agenda. There's nobody had signed up for question period. So I think I just speak for all of council when I heard a lot of comments at the lunch break that this was an extremely informative session and a lot of good information. I personally really liked some of the nudges around things coming down the pipelines and potential touch points that council will have to make a decision on and show some leadership on potentially. So if With nothing else left, I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you, everyone.
We at 2:30 or 3 o'clock? Because my calendar says 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock is the training meeting.
Over there, right? So we got a half hour break.
Don't go nuts.
No, you don't get your hands on it.